thing to
Oh,
have.
yeah,
You know,
exactly.
otherwise, if you
Exactly.
didn't
It
have,
just seems like recently people use them to defend bad things, but in like Heaven Sent, holy shit, the themes are so well worked into the episode,
well,
and the writing is just brilliant.
if you didn't have themes, the story would be pretty boring.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, exactly.
Also, a bit of trivia for you. The stream is live.
Oh, yeah, I just got a notification.
Yeah, we are live for EDAR. Hello, everyone. How you all been? Hope you enjoying.
Hello.
Hope you've been enjoying yourselves. I'm just gonna zoom that down a little bit. Wait, am I doing this right? No. Gotta go down. There we go. Make sure that it's cropped correctly. So, whoa, that caught me off guard. Hi. Well, I put it on Twitter. Like,
I gave you a 10-minute warning.
you should have given him a 3-minute warning.
Or a 13-minute warning. Ooh.
What?
Because we're covering the 13th Doctor.
Oh, well, I said 3-minute warning because of the tag team.
Nah.
Shit, you really haven't seen that much 2000 stuff, have you?
No.
Yeah, I remember that was, what was it, the GM mode? You said you hadn't seen a single Orlando Jordan match.
No,
And
I haven't.
to be honest, I don't blame you.
No, because I hear he's not very good.
Yes. Higher says
Hi.
uncompetitive. Well, maybe you should be more competitive. Who knows?
That's very uninspiring.
Yes. Speaking of uninspiring, today's stream we're going to be covering a video about whether or not Chris Chibnall or the fans are responsible for ruining Doctor Who. That's what the video's called, right? Something like that.
Well, I know what the answer is.
Well,
These
I'm going to
terrible fans with their opinions.
Well, let me break this down a little bit, because
Break it down.
if we're going to be scientific about this, we have to firstly establish what is Doctor Who, and then we have to establish what is ruin, what it means by ruin. Then we have to establish what Chris Chibnall is, and then we have to establish what fans are, and then we have to put it all together, because that's how science works, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, let's start from the beginning. I think we should establish first what is Chris Chibnall.
Chris Chibnall is the embodiment of head of a product that is called Doctor Who.
The embodiment, okay.
He is the embodiment of everything in Doctor Who as of this moment.
Right. Interesting perspective you have there. I would say he's he's the embodiment of a lot of Doctor Who, but perhaps not all of it. But
no, yeah.
But I don't have clarification on that because I don't work for the BBC. However, I have it on good authority that there are some very interesting things going behind the scenes at the moment, and have been for the past couple of years. And I know this because on the Who Addicts live stream that they did recently, I can't remember for which story it was, they were doing one of their classic Who ones, I think. They talked about how they bumped into Rob Sherman at a book place, like an outdoor bookstore in the street, and they said that they didn't reveal any names or any specific details because obviously they were keeping secrecy and they didn't want to expose anyone, or they didn't want to get Rob Sherman in trouble. But apparently there's some very interesting things going on behind the scenes, and Rob Sherman talked about certain people behind the scenes and what people think of them, and yeah. So there may be some very interesting things going on at the BBC in the last couple of years, and it's a bit of drama. So based on that, I can say that it's quite possible that some of Chris Chibnall's power over this show may be in question. But we don't know that for sure. We don't know if it's Chris Chibnall, the one that they're talking about, or if it's him that's being controlled. We don't know who the BBC's Emperor Palpatine equivalent is, do we?
No.
We don't really know who controls the Empire. But we can assume that Chris Chibnall does have a very high authority over Doctor Who at this present time. But
yeah,
the real question is, what is Doctor Who, Callum?
Doctor Who is a show about a Time Lord who ran away to go explore the universe.
Mm-hmm.
And he has a blue box that is like a 1960s police box.
Yeah. I don't think it's Michael Grade, Asmat. I don't think it's Michael Grade. Pretty sure it's...
You don't know that.
I don't think it's Michael Grade. I'm just gonna say that. I think Michael.
Is that your hot take?
No, it's just true. No, I'm pretty.
Well, sometimes hot takes can be true.
Well, I'm pretty sure that Michael Grade is retired. That's just my guess. It's my interpretation of his career. Anyway, so we know what Doctor Who is. We know what Chris Chibnall is. In regards to what are the fans and what this person means by ruin, we can make guesses at what they mean, like ruin the dictionary definition, and we can make guesses at what they mean by the fans, because they may not mean all the fans, they may just mean some of the fans. Who knows? Because if you were making that video, you would assume that he is also a fan, and he wouldn't be saying that he himself, or she herself, I don't know who's hosting the video, you would have to assume that they're not saying that they ruined the show, unless they're self-deprecating, but I don't know that.
Mm-hmm.
But we will find out in the video whether or not that's what they mean. So the definition of ruin and the definition of fans is going to be explored in that video as well. We're here to learn all about the English language, folks, people, Daleks, and other races.
Yeah.
Yes. So, how you been?
I've been good. I've been hard at work getting this Spyful Rage done. I took a bit of a break.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to get back into it now. Still a lot to do.
Well, I mean, it takes a lot. It takes a lot of power to rage for that long. So, I imagine.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, imagine.
An hour and 12 minutes is as of this moment.
Right. Interesting.
It's a long one.
That's longer than me and Jake's reaction review to Torchwood episode 2 day 1, which is going to be on Patreon sometime after the stream. Cheap plug. But yeah, okay. So that's how you've been, is it?
Yeah, pretty much. It's pretty much been that and just work in real life.
Yes. Yes, and I've been working as well.
Yeah.
In all sorts of areas. But yes. It's been a very long time since we've done one of these streams. Very long.
Yeah, it's been very long. It's been like 5 months, I want to say.
Since we've done a proper one, yeah.
Yeah, streamed about 5 months ago. Yeah, in March.
The burial of the dog fiddler.
Yes.
The world's in a very different place now than it was in March.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of spiraled.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah, there's a lot. But, yeah. God, I'm stuck. I don't really know what to say at the moment. I think I'm a bit rusty.
Yeah, we are a bit rusty.
I don't really know. Just kind of trying to piece together in my head what comes next. It's been so long since I've done a stream.
Mm.
Yes. Any topic of discussion we should have before we get into videos?
Did we mention on stream how long it's been since we've watched any 13th Doctor episode?
Oh yeah, we didn't. No, not on stream. Yeah, I recently about was it a few weeks or a month ago? I watched Orphan 55, Nikola Tesla's Night of Terror, Fugitive of the Jadoon, and Braxius again because I was watching it with one of my friends. And a few months before that, I watched Spyfall again too. Apart from that, I haven't watched anything pretty much since broadcast. I think.
The only episode I've seen since broadcast has been Spyfall for my video in quite big detail, but yeah, other than that, I haven't seen anything else because I don't want to.
Yes, but in regards to other Doctor Who, I've seen / heard plenty of it. If any of you have been watching Twitter, I did a whole massive rewatch of a bunch of Matt Smith episodes. Some of them were great, some of them were terrible. And then I've also been listening to a lot of Big Finish. I've basically gone through all of 1 to 50 main rage. There's a lot. There's a lot of that. And then I've also continued on past 50 into the Paul McGann Divergent Universe arc, and then past that as well. The most recent one I listened to was Time Works, so I'm really far into that. Yeah, I've listened to all that. I've also obviously watched The Runaway Bride, and I've also watched 2 episodes of Torchwood with Jake, so that was good. And I think earlier this year, probably, I think it was like sometime after I moved into my new house. It would have been like January, February-ish. I remember I watched a whole bunch of Tennant episodes as well, especially from series 3 and 4. I remember I wanted to watch a couple of them, and then I caught the bug and I watched a whole bunch of them. And that was, wow. That was just really, again, it just reminded me so much of what's missing from the show for me currently. It was just, oh my god, it was just so enlightening to go back and rewatch that stuff. And some of it, like, it was even better than I remembered. Quite a bit of it was. Like, stuff like Shakespeare Code, Planet the Ood, you know, Smith and Jones, all that stuff Jake's got to look forward to soon. Even the, like, really low-tier Davies era stuff like Lazarus Experiment, I actually enjoyed. Like, I was actually really entertained by it. And I was like, wow, you know, the show is so different now. You know, it's just, for me, the entertainment value of that back then was just off the charts. You know, every episode was fun to watch.
Yeah. The show used to be really good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think since the last episode of EDAR, which was the Bolstrik one, I rewatched all of Series 1.
Yeah, that's right. We did the Series 1 rewatch, and that was amazing. Oh, and I obviously did the War Games watch along as well.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, the show used to be really fucking good, and now it's devoid of any real enthusiasm in any way.
Yeah, I watched the War Games for the first time in 3 years on my channel and the stream, and it's still my favorite story. I honestly like the whole thing. If any of you have seen were there for that stream, like, good lord, the whole time, all 10 episodes, I was just like, this is amazing, this is amazing, this is amazing. You know, it's just a marathon of beautiful TV. And the same can be said for when you did the series 1 watch along, which I was there for. That was incredible. Again, it's still my favorite series. I love it. It's just so tightly written. Every episode matters. It's got such a variety. The characters are great. The story's great. The plots are great. Everything. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's it makes me like when I eventually rewatch series 11 and 12, I'm just gonna be like, how how far down is my experience of quality reacting to this stuff
Well,
going
it's
to
such a
be?
like it's such for me like I mean, Series 12 on broadcast without knowing any information was a slightly different ball game week to week. Some of the time I was excited to see the next episode. Sometimes I wasn't. But for the most part, especially in Series 11, a lot of it was just sort of like it was quite sluggish. Watching the episodes and getting to the next one, it was quite a sort of like oh here we go experience. It was very sluggish. Whereas when we did that Series 1 rewatch on your channel, every single episode I was like, I can't wait to watch the next one. It was just so captivating, and it's something I've seen so many times before, but it never dies. The flame for it never dies. It's constantly just so captivating to watch.
It's almost as if you just have really good writing with some really good characters and a very clear indication of where these characters are going to go, that it would make a really good season of television.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. Instead of, doing a half-baked baiting kind of season where you hint at something that is significant, involving significant characters, but it not really having any depth in any way.
Imagine if
and then just like, oh, here it is.
Imagine if Rose's arc in Series 1, or actually no, the equivalent would be Series 2. Imagine if Rose's arc in Series 2 is about shooting a basketball.
Imagine if, because that's the level of quality writing we got in Series 12. That alone, like, holy shit, how can anybody defend that?
I just don't understand. Like, shooting a
And then
basketball.
when you fucking get the Doctor Who official Twitter and Instagram posting these things of Ryan's arc from not shooting a basketball into a hoop to then throwing a basketball-shaped bomb at Cybermen and saying...
Into an area that's larger than a hoop. The basketball shot was actually harder than what he did in the finale. So he didn't actually overcome dyspraxia, he just threw it straight.
It'd be really, really hard to mess up throwing a large bomb. It's just...
But even then...
Just fuck off.
Even then, even if it was a bloody hard thing to do, it's still like... I mean, I've never had dyspraxia, but I mean, Adam has, and he knows what it's like, and it's like, this isn't that compelling. It's just so basic. It's like, a boy cannot shoot a hoop. A boy now shoots a hoop. And that's it. That's the story. It's like, what? Is this what we're meant to expect out of our characters,
Yeah.
Chibnall should do a series-long story like Children of Earth. Well, I mean, I haven't seen Children of Earth, but that was a Russell T Davies story, and if any of you... I mean, the second review hasn't come out yet for Torchwood, but there is a very clear difference between Russell T Davies and Chris Chibnall and how they approach storytelling. There is no doubt about that. I can't comment on Children of Earth, but I can comment on things that I have seen from both of them, and I can say that confidently. That if Chris Chibnall attempted to do something like Children of Earth, it would probably be a lot different in execution to the way Davies does it. So there you go. But yeah, anyway.
Yeah.
Have we got anything else we want to talk about before we rattle on and get into the actual meat of the stream?
No, I haven't got anything else to say other than I'm interested to just see what the actual defenses will be. Why the fans are really to blame for, how bad the Chibnall era is. Because that's how it works.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm to make I can't exactly say what I know it's going to be because obviously we don't know. We haven't seen the video yet. But if I'm to make a guess, I've got a funny feeling it's probably going to be like people are ungrateful, blah blah blah, and they're ruining
These
it.
people work so hard on this, and you're just with your negative feelings, not letting people enjoy this.
I mean, if the criticism they make is towards people that do go too far, then I would probably be more on board with this. So never know,
I
maybe.
mean, yeah, but that happens in every fandom. Like, it just happens. There are shitty people on the internet. Woohoo.
Yeah, and also
Fucking talk about the actual show.
like I don't believe that Bolstrek has convinced people not to have their own opinions. I don't believe that for a second. If you get what I'm saying. I do think people are capable of having their own opinions without having to listen to Bolstrek talk about the show.
Yeah. Bolstrick is just one fucking person.
Yeah. And we bear
Like,
it.
at the end of the day, it doesn't fucking matter. It's what we actually get in the show and what we get at face value and what we know has happened. And then we take that and think, was that actually really bad? Let's look at it and let's give references.
Also, if this person says that Bolstrick is responsible for it, then that means that they're admitting that this person has power, which is wrong. Because I don't believe,
it's wrong.
I don't believe that Bolstrick has power. He's just another YouTuber. I mean, he's a very highly subscribed YouTuber. Like, he gets a lot of clickbait, but again, it's like people will have their opinions. You know, don't let yourself be influenced like that. If it goes against, you know. I mean, it's fine enough to be convinced by someone's argument, but to be influenced and have to have someone else tell you
if their argument is like incredibly solid, then and if they're right, then yeah, your opinion can be swayed. But they didn't ruin it for you, because if they prove that the thing they're talking about is completely fucked in every way, then the person who wrote that thing has ruined it because they wrote it, not the fans.
Anyway, it's probably better if we get into the video so we can look at some more vivid examples. So how about you pop up a little watch together for us, eh?
Pop up a little watch together.
Yes.
Okay.
I thought I was Prime Minister now. Question: If the election was had a Slovene in it, would you have voted for the Slovene?
The Slovene look cool.
Yeah, but the one from Aliens of London that became Prime Minister, would you have voted for him if he was in the election? What party would the Slovene have? I don't know, gas party. It'd be interesting to see, like, there was a debate in Parliament where someone accuses a Slovene of gaslighting and then they fart and they're like, "Oh, you mean this gaslighting?" Oh. I think Callum has died. He's glitched out.
Alright,
Editron.exe has objectively fallen.
Oh no. I like how fucking the last couple months, it has really been like, I've been viewed as like the objectivity man of Doctor Who.
I mean,
and I'm like,
you're one of the only ones that goes on about it, so I suppose you stick out like a sore thumb in that regard.
Maybe I want to talk more than just about my feelings.
Yeah. I suppose it's more that not really what you're saying, but the way you're saying it. I
mean, I just see Doctor Who the same as everything else.
I
judge it the same way.
Also, and well, I mean, I'm not saying that that's necessarily the case, but the what was I going to say? I think there's definitely a disconnect with some people in the sense that there are times when you're saying something, it's very clear that you're joking, and people think you're not joking because they don't understand the joke. Do you get what I'm saying? Like,
when I'm like being like kind of like over exaggerated,
yeah, or sarcastic, and then some people will like don't recognize that it's a joke because it's not really their humor, and they're like, they don't see that, and they get the feeling that you're not joking and that you do think you're some fucking god among the skies that determines what is right and wrong.
It's the classic like, oh, so you say what's good and bad objectively? It's like, no, I look at the thing and I go off, logic of our own life, the real life world, and then go through the world of the actual show itself. And if it makes sense, if it's all working up to scratch, then that is objectively good. If not, it's objectively bad. It's got nothing to do with me. The only thing that has it to do with me is that I am pointing out what is objectively good or bad.
It's based on what you...
It's when I had that whole sort of debate with Dylan on Twitter, like, I think about a month ago.
Yeah.
And I think he kept bringing up that he couldn't believe that you can be so scientific about being objective. It's like, you're making it way more like I don't know what the word would be, like unattainable, this sort of thing. You're making it seem like it's like extremely scientific when it really is not that complex. And it's really, and that's always I guess in a way that is kind of like a straw man. It's like, oh, you just get these scientific facts that you have to get to objectively judge something, such as Doctor Who, such as Star Wars. Is like, no, it's just taking what we get on face value from the actual show or film or whatever, and we take what we know in real life and apply it to that. It's really not that complex. I think getting to the bottom line of what is like certain problems can be very complicated to talk about. Then that's the final discussion.
As we discovered in our conversation about fear, in the sense of like there was enough mystery behind certain elements of the episode to where it was difficult to pinpoint exactly in the writing where you could point out objective flaws. That was part of the argument, and like you said, sometimes it can be complex getting to that point.
Yeah, exactly. But it doesn't change the fact that everything can be in media and in art can be objectively judged, can be picked apart, and you can deem it being objectively good or bad. Like that's just, you can absolutely do that. There's so many examples that is absolutely true. Star Wars is the biggest example right now.
But how would you feel about the argument that whilst you like, what if I came at you with the stance of you certainly can judge something sort of on an objective level, but sometimes doing that is kind of not very, I don't know, what's the word? It's like there's certain objective criticisms that are a little bit pointless and don't really matter.
Well, it doesn't. The only ones that matter is like how significant they are to the actual story, like main characters or important characters to the plot, and then mainline plots and how they affect the world and stuff.
There's also
like continuity issues, like are very small objective flaws. Like this light was on in one shot and then was off in another. That is objectively flawed, but it's not a massive significant element. So that would be something that is like very minor.
How do you feel like the idea of how would you put in perspective the idea of what if you were to judge something not necessarily on its continuity, but more so on its creativity and its ideas? How would you face that around objectivity? Because I feel like
it's all in the execution. Because any idea can be good. You can make any idea work, depending on what, obviously, like, making the Doctor a mass murderer is an idea that, depending on the context, could work, maybe, but you'd have to be very talented to make that work. And more times than not, that would be, you wouldn't be able to do that. Because there's so many factors to that. Pretty much all ideas can work.
A scene from the show that doesn't work for me, obviously, is the scene in Hellbent when he shoots the general in cold blood, because I don't feel it's justified character-wise. But if you had written it differently, you may have been able to convince the story.
And that's the whole point of execution. Execution is one of the most important things in stories.
But at the same time,
if you don't get the execution right, it falls flat.
At the same time, though, if you put such an extreme priority on continuity and all that, it often encourages writers to fall back on laziness, I find, because it means that they tend to fall into tropes and cliches, because they're then going and writing things that have already happened again.
The reason why things are tropes and cliches is that because they previously worked. Cliches, for the most part, more times than not, are cliches because they worked.
Oh yeah, but
that's the whole sort of thing.
But at the same time, a lot of sometimes that does promote the idea of staying away from creativity in a sense, because creativity is a risky thing to do. When you branch out and do something that is new and untested, there is a lot of risk involved, and I think if you do put such a massive importance around the idea of maintaining such a strict objective continuity in everything, you will find writers will be scared off from being creative because they don't want to break the rules.
Well, that is the difference between a decent writer and a great writer. If you don't feel like you have the capability to do this idea and you don't think you can make it work, then don't do it. I think that's an important lesson from every writer. Do what you know you can do, and sometimes you can take that risk, absolutely. And I encourage that people do, but work hard at it. Work very hard at making it work.
Well, it's funny you say that, because I've seen a lot of interviews with a lot of artists, whether that be writers or musicians or comedians, especially stand-up comedians. And when they get asked about someone like Ricky Gervais, for example, someone's asked him how do you decide whether or not you're going to if you know whether or not something's going to work, and you'll hear him say, "Well, I don't really know what's going to work. I just throw things out there and see what sticks." And often that is something you get with creative people, is
with something like a Ricky Gervais comedian, it is very much that. It is very much taking a lot of risks, and I understand that. Sometimes writers and people in this industry do take risks, and sometimes it doesn't work. But it doesn't change the sort of idea that it is always better to just be consistent, because you can't be wrong by being consistent. It is always better to have a consistent story or whatever, anything. I know that RTD did a mass murder story with the Doctor. I mean, he literally killed everybody, is what I'm alluding to.
Yeah.
Not every writer has the self-awareness. No, I don't think Chibnall does. I would honestly agree with that. I don't think he does. From what we got in these past 2 seasons, I don't think he has the self-awareness.
Yeah, he's God, there's a lot. I can't use a blanket statement on that. There's a lot with Chibnall.
He's just such an odd person.
Yeah.
When it comes to stories.
I get what you're saying about consistency, but I think there is something to be said about encouraging people to take risks, because that's how you get some of the most creative ideas, is by
objective criticism is intended to avoid emotional bias. That is not true at all. You can absolutely have something be objectively bad but still like it. Like The Room is the biggest example.
Oh yeah.
I love The Room, but it's objectively so bad.
Yeah, but The Room is extremely popular, and Tommy Wiseau has made an absolute killing out of it because of the cult following. So,
Like,
again, it's like there's so many different ways you have to look at it. It's like someone's emotional response to it doesn't cancel out objectivity, but it also stands in its own right as well, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you can have both. It's not that hard. You can absolutely have both. This idea that objective criticism is taking away your emotional feelings from something is such a straw man, and it's so like it's just not true. On so many occasions, this just isn't the case. And when people bring it up, it's like you clearly don't understand what the point of the objective criticism like debate is. That you feel like it's trying to take away. It's like when people say that MauLer's taken away people's feelings from the sequel trilogy, when that's not what he's doing.
No,
it's not. I find it ridiculous.
Yeah, he's putting a magnifying glass on events that happen and using things, using all the evidence that he has to come to a conclusion. There's not. I mean, is there something wrong with that? Is there something wrong with using evidence to come to a conclusion? It's like,
what is so wrong? What is so wrong with just being objective? Like, does it take away from your emotion? It might change your perspective on something, sure, but it's the idea of it is not trying to take away your emotional response to it, because you can still like The Last Jedi. It's funny because they watched a video that says you can like The Last Jedi, and it's like you can, but
I have no problem with someone liking The Last Jedi. I have friends that like The Last Jedi, and I can see why they enjoy it. Like Shake Elliott, Shake Elliott's favorite Star Wars film is The Last Jedi, and I know that Adam really likes The Last Jedi, and I understand why they love it. It's just not for me, and I don't want to take that away from them either. Like me criticizing the film isn't intended to change their mind on it. That's just how I feel about it based on what I can, what evidence I have, and also added up on top of that, how I feel about the film personally as well, subjectively. Yeah. But, it's kind of like, if they're going to get into an argument about what happens in the film, I'm like, well, I mean, like, can you really dispute some of these things I'm saying? I mean, I would be completely open. I'm always open to hearing someone else and what they see in it. And because, for example, I got in a conversation with Ace Creeper about The Last Jedi, and I was saying that I was talking about how in Return of the Jedi Luke was willing to hold out hope that one of the biggest killers and most evil men in the universe, who was his father, could be redeemed. And
he was basically Hitler.
Yeah, he was basically Hitler, and the only reason he snapped was because he was like his Darth Vader was basically threatening to turn his sister to the dark side, and it was like in a really specific circumstance where he snapped of anger and stopped himself eventually as well. And then in something like The Last Jedi, he senses an inch of darkness in his innocent nephew and wants to kill him in his sleep. And then people say that because he felt anger and then felt regret, it's the same as the Return of the Jedi climax. And I'm like, no, it's not. It's a lot more complex than that. It's way more complex than that. And basically pointed out the reason why I feel that they're not the same, and we haven't really gotten much justification that between Return of the Jedi and Last Jedi, Luke has changed to the point where he would do what he did, try and strike Kylo Ren down in his sleep and kill him.
They don't give any establishment or any work towards that.
I was just saying, like, I'm like, this is what happens in the film, and it's like when you do that, it's like, well, can you really dispute that? Because it's literally what happens in the film,
it's literally, you can't. There's no, you can, in terms of like, oh well, maybe this happened or maybe this happened. It's like, That would be nice if that was in the film. Yeah. It has. I've seen The Last Jedi 22 times. It has 283 flaws in my subjective opinion. It's like you could find. It's not all flaws in The Last Jedi are subjective. They're plot holes and the logic behind it are. It's so fucked within that film. Like,
I mean,
there's so many you can point out.
There are circumstances where you can repair plot holes. It does happen.
Sure. Yes.
Yeah. There's certain things that get repaired.
Like saying in my subjective opinion, Holdo's plan was actually good. It's like there are so many evidence and references I can use to disprove that because her not telling Poe the plan fucks so much up.
Although,
oh my god, Adam's in the chat.
Oh, here
and he's just listened to the whole last. He didn't try to kill Kylo. What? No, he did though. He had very much intent to kill Kylo. He fucking drew his lightsaber. Are you telling me? Oh no. Isn't that Luke acting out of character in an attempt to... I can't pronounce that word. I'm a bit dumb. Is that The Last Jedi does not feature the characters of Luke and Leia?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh yeah, my mic unplugged, yeah. I was just going to say I'm going to sit here and watch you read this and talk about it.
Why did she need to tell Poe, though? He got people killed. No! He saved everyone! At the opening in the film, he saves everyone by destroying the Dreadnought. No, that's not what happens at all. If Poe didn't do what he did, they all be dead. Like, he's demoted for no reasons. People die in war. It's very well known that people die in war. It happens. If he pulled back, they would have all died. I don't care if you watched the film last night. I'm telling you what happens. I watched the film when we did the review for it, and I remember that. When was it? It was like God, it was like
December?
No, 8 months ago
December
now.
or November?
Yeah. Oh God, that was a long time ago. Leia should have already relocated to Cray before their attack on Starkiller Base. I don't know what you're trying to say. Oh, yeah. How did this turn into a Last Jedi debate?
I don't know. Everything does, apparently.
The Last Jedi made me fall asleep the second time I watched it.
I mean, the second time I watched The Last Jedi was in theaters, and during the Canto Bight section, me and Anthony went down the road. We went down the road and came back 15 minutes later, and we were like, no, we didn't miss anything, did we?
No, it's this... Their small ship can outrun our lap. Ugh. Well, there's so much of that film that's so bad.
Did you see the comment Adam made about the bomber fleet?
It was Poe's fault. When it actually wasn't. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, well, I just wanted to see if you read that comment, because I know you didn't respond.
Oh, no, I did. I said, a couple of seconds ago that Poe saves them all. If Poe didn't actually go in for the attack, they would have all died. Because of Poe, they lived, and he's scrutinized for it for no reason. The Last Jedi is better than the Web Planet, at least.
No, you're wrong.
I don't think
I love the Web Planet.
No, Last Jedi is the...
Nah, it's alright.
It's so bad.
Honestly, I don't mind if you hate the Web Planet. It's kind of crap, but I like it. It's a bunch of...
What is that episode?
First Doctor
I guess story.
with the Zabi. and the Menoptera. It's they go
okay.
they go
So
to
there's another
they go to
one.
a planet with giant insects, and it's the one where one of the Zabi runs into the camera. It's really funny. But there's this really cool like action scene where I think the Menoptera actually take flight, and it's really trippy. I mean, I can understand why someone would find the Zabi really annoying because they had this really high pitched noise, but I don't know. I just like the web planet's really weird, but I just enjoy it. I don't know why. I just do. It's just fun.
Yeah, and you can like it, even if it's obviously I haven't seen it. I'm yet to watch it yet, but hey,
Yes.
well, Asmat thinks it sucks, so.
I don't know. I was thoroughly entertained by how bizarre it was.
But I doubt The Last Jedi is better than it. I doubt that very much.
The Last Jedi has more plot than the web planet, so I can imagine why someone would find it a lot more interesting.
I mean, that means that there's more plot to be ruined.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I could see why there was. I can see.
There's only sections of Last Jedi that are good.
I can see why someone would think the web planet's crap. To be fair, like it's kind of shit because it's very dear. It's hard to just let me put it this way. Because of the production, it's hard to suspend your disbelief because it's very clear that the insects are all people wearing costumes. So, yeah. There is that. But I don't know. I really enjoy the web planet. I don't know if it's irony or not, but I just do. It kind of there's something about it. It brings out like a child side. You know, when I watch the web planet, it makes me. It's kind of like that same feeling you get when you watch something like In the Night Garden or Teletubbies or something like that, where it's very, very clear that people are wearing. It's like puppets or people are wearing like ridiculously not costumey costumes. If you get what I'm saying, it's got that effect on me. Except it's still a Doctor Who story. I don't know. I don't know what it is about the web planet. It's just fun. I like how there's one of the biggest bits of drama in it is that Ian's tie gets melted. It's just like, Yeah, it's very clearly written for children, which is interesting because it's right before the Crusade, which is one of the most mature, dark historicals ever. Like it's one where one of the cliffhangers is it suggested that Barbara's going to get raped.
Jesus.
Yeah. It's got some of the most perfectly, beautifully written and acted dialogue in the whole show. And it comes right after the web planet, which is this really silly insect planet kids story. So, yeah. But, you know, I'm all for that. I'm all for variety, and that's why I love Season 2 of Classic. It's lovely. It's absolutely lovely.
Mm.
And yes, they were definitely tripping on LSD when they wrote it and directed it. Wow. Yeah, thanks. Enjoy your bank, whatever it is you're doing.
Enjoy. I guess that's your job. Not very good arguments he made, but I hope you have a good day either way.
Jeez, absolute savage you are.
Yeah, I mean, that's just me. I am here to destroy your happy opinions.
You ruin people's.
You are
feelings.
not allowed to like The Last Jedi.
No. Some people, if you put that on Twitter, people would think you're being serious. Oh, you still there?
You are.
Oh, you're cutting out, Callum. I think we're going to change to Singapore. Save us, Singapore, please. You there? Come on, Callum. Stay with me. Where is he going? Where has he gone? Oh, no. Oh, no.
Hello?
Oh, you're back?
Yeah.
Has Singapore saved us?
Was running fine.
No. You cut out for me.
Oh, that's weird. I had three green bars and my internet was all good.
Oh, well.
Oh.
Anyway. But Singapore saved us. But what I was saying is that if you had said on Twitter that people aren't allowed to like The Last Jedi, people would think that you were being serious.
Yeah. Like, here's the thing: if you do like The Last Jedi, I used to like you. I think you mentioned this not long ago. I did used to like The Last Jedi, but then I actually listened to the actual arguments of why it's bad, and I'm like, you know what? Yeah, that's quite true.
I used to like
You know,
I used to like The Force Awakens. In fact, I used to love The Force
yeah,
Awakens when it first came
same.
out.
I used to really like The Force Awakens. Now I think it's really bad.
And I used to like for a long time. I was a bit like, my opinion was based on my memory of when I saw it, and then I listened to someone's criticisms of it, not just someone, but multiple people's, and I thought about it, and I was like, actually, this is a good point they've made here. And then I rewatched the film, and I formulated a bunch of my own thoughts on it, and like my mind was changed, and that's okay. You're allowed to change your mind on something. It doesn't mean you were like
you're allowed to change your mind and your opinion on something. You can't. It is not a rule that you must stick to your one opinion you have, and that is it. It's ridiculous if you actually think that.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. I mean, there's Doctor Who episodes I used to really dislike that I really like now, and the reverse as well. There's episodes I used to like that I don't. So
I used to think Hellbent wasn't. I didn't think it was ever good. I didn't think it was ever that bad. And now I think it's terrible.
I used to think Time of the Doctor was a masterpiece, and now I hate it. So there you go. Yeah. And then when I first watched The Crimson Horror, I thought it was one of the worst episodes of all time, and now I actually enjoy it. So there you go.
Well, sometimes you're allowed to be wrong.
I mean, is The Crimson Horror actually a bad episode, Callum?
Actually, this because there's I don't think it's very good. I have to rewatch it to really dissect it. Much like with Fear, I need to watch that again as well. Though I've watched Seeds of Light, and obviously did a video of me watching it.
I think I remember that.
It's fucking terrible. Yeah, it's fucking terrible. Don't argue with me that it's good.
All right then. What if
I was about to ask, because we're having since we are a spin-off of EFAP, what do you prefer, Halloween or Christmas? What is objectively better?
Objectively better? I don't
fucking... Yeah, that's the whole thing that they're doing on... Well, I guess they're not being like, oh, what is objective about it? It's just what they think is better on EFAP.
Okay, that's more like it, because how the hell would I know what's objectively better?
Yeah.
That's a ridiculous question. Well, I mean... Halloween's not that big in New Zealand. We do it, like for children do it, you know, they do the trick-or-treating stuff, but it's not really, it's not really that big, whereas Christmas is definitely huge, so... Christmas, I think. Yeah.
I'm glad you have the correct opinion.
I tell you what, though, the one that's fucking absolutely nothing in New Zealand is Thanksgiving. Like we often don't even think about it.
Well, we don't have it here either.
Yeah, I think it's more American Thanksgiving.
It's pretty much American holiday.
Yeah. What if I told you that I think The Last Jedi is a 10 out of 10 and The Web Planet is a 9.5 out of 10? I feel like this is facetious and trying to invoke some kind of weird reaction.
I mean, just the fact that you think that Last Jedi is a 10 out of 10 alone, even though I don't think this guy actually thinks it is, but if someone said it was a 10 out of 10, I'd be like,
Well, I mean, Shay Kellier
you have a very weird standard.
I mean, Shay Kellier gave it 5 stars on Letterboxd, so I suppose that would be the equivalent to a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, I feel like if you literally think it's a perfect film, there is something... Your standards are very low.
Well, I mean, if you read Shay's review of it, most of what I've heard him say is that he loves how it looks on his TV, because it is a very visually stylish film. That's one thing I will say about Last Jedi that I actually quite like.
Sure, it is very. It's somewhat competently directed and it has very nice visuals. Yes, but I always say this: visuals, for the most part, do not make well-written stories.
Well, they can. They can.
It's visual storytelling is a factor, yes, but like when you're just doing visuals, when it just looks nice, that doesn't make it a good story.
It's certainly part of the
think,
scenery
and
of the story, though.
Yes, I agree that there are sections where there's a difference between visual storytelling and just a nice visual, like, the Holdo maneuver is very visually pleasing, but it's in terms of its actual logic, it's completely fucked.
Oh yeah,
it makes no sense.
Oh yes, yeah. I really like the.
So,
oh yeah. Anyway, we should stop talking about Last Jedi because
I'm going to quickly just go to the toilet and then we can crack on with this video.
All right, that's a good idea. Yeah, so anyone in the chat want to ask me anything before Callum gets back? Now's your time. I do not know how the hell that turned into a conversation with the Last Jedi. I was not intending that to happen at all. I'm kind of sick of talking about that film at this point, but it always comes up. It's a natural conversation that comes with criticism, I suppose, regardless of how you feel about the film. I mean, obviously it's had a very big impact on reviewers and video essays on YouTube for sure. It's one of the biggest, most influential films around that. So naturally, I suppose it's part of it, really. It's part of the heart and soul of YouTube discussions, criticizing and all sorts of things. Anyway. Oh no, it's fine, Callum. I honestly don't mind. Like, if you want to talk about Last Jedi, it's absolutely fine. I just didn't intend that to happen. I didn't expect that to happen. No, I don't blame you or anything. I think it's actually, I was kind of happy that a conversation was had about it. It's just that I wasn't, I didn't expect it to happen in this video. That's all. But that's absolutely fine. But I definitely will be averting my attention to whatever we're doing here, which is apparently got to do with Chibnall or the fans. You back, Callum?
Yes, I am back.
All right, throw us together a watch together so we can crack on.
There's a link in the chat.
Awesome.
In the call.
Awesome.
Oh.
So, Callum, can you please repeat again, just for anyone who missed out, what we're going to be covering here in this video?
We are covering a video entitled Chibnall Isn't Killing Doctor Who, The Fans Are. Video essay / defending the 13th Doctor era. So we know we're in for a doozy.
Alright. Well, you never know. Maybe they'll make good points.
So, before we start, Connor, do you think fans are killing Doctor Who?
At the most surface level, question you're giving me, no. But
I mean, yeah. I feel like we know what this video is going to kind of be.
I mean, I don't. The thing is, is it actually possible for fans to kill a show anyway?
No. I think if it depends, it depends on obviously the actual situation, but in most broad situations, no, because we don't write the show.
But maybe
because what the title entails is that Chibnall, the actual showrunner / writer of the show at this moment in time, isn't actually killing the show, but the fans is a very, very odd statement.
Well, I mean, obviously we'll understand the context won't be once we get into the video, but I'm just wondering, is it actually possible for fans to kill a show? I suppose it may be. It would be possible for fans to get it off air in an extreme circumstance.
Yeah, in a sense, if they just straight up just stopped watching it.
And also, if it was a scenario where the writer was doing what the fans asked them to do, then maybe that would be true.
But in this situation, that isn't what Chibnall's doing. He's doing very much his own idea.
He said this in interviews that he doesn't. He claims that he doesn't listen to fans, so that definitely does not seem to be
I don't believe him at all, but it's clear that he doesn't. He's not taking ideas from the fans.
As Matt asked about season 7 watch along, maybe next week, maybe the week after. We'll see. I will get to it at some point. I definitely want to do it, especially because I need to rewatch. Ambassadors.
I just looked at the chat. Do people know this guy? Is he like known to be quite bad?
I don't know. I don't know. I've never seen this guy before.
Because Dr. Gamer and Azmat are like, oh, this guy. I don't like this guy.
Oh, okay.
I mean, if you just looking at the thumbnail, the toxicity of the Doctor Who fandom. Oh, that's so dramatic.
Right. Very interesting. But what I was going to say is that I think I'm really keen to get into the season 7 watch along because I definitely need to rewatch Ambassadors again because the first time I did it, I liked it, but there was something off about it, and I need to get into it again in a more concentrated scenario. And also, it's been about 2 or 3 years since I've watched Inferno, so I really want to do that again too. And also, I mean, even though I've seen Spearhead many times, I'd love to watch it again. I just love that story. And Silurians is brilliant too. So, I mean, it's just a cracking season, really. Season 7 is one of the best of all time. It's 4 absolutely outstanding stories. And, you know, the team's great. Brigadier, John Pertwee, Liz Shaw, the whole unit thing. The tone is really deadpan and quite serious, which is quite different from the rest of the Pertwee, which is a little bit more cartoonish, but still fun. But yeah, I definitely looking forward to when I eventually get around to doing a season 7 watch along, because it's a cracking one. But yeah, we will get to that when we get to that, which will hopefully be sometime in the next few weeks. I'll let you all know on Twitter when I plan to do it. But without any further ado, shall we begin the video?
Yes, let's do it.
All right, let's go.
Hello YouTube and the interwebs, welcome back to another video. 3 years ago on this very day, something happened.
Oh, I remember this.
Something quite big happened.
Okay.
So astronomically big that the Doctor Who...
I think when we did our Patreon exclusive, the first EDAR we did with Wingy Media's review of Mission to the Unknown, I made a comment about how I was a little bit aggravated by his editing style, and I'm feeling the same way about this. Like it's this already
24
seconds.
I'm very much getting the feeling of this moment was just so damn big. Cut. Oh my god, it was so massive. It broke the fandom to its core. It's
Yeah, I'm just gonna fix the screen a little bit.
Man, he has a lot of action figures. Or is the 13th Doctor one in the corner on the right?
I do not have any. I think I
don't have any.
I've got a sonic screwdriver. I've got Tennant sonic screwdriver. But no, I don't really.
How much do you think that all cost?
A lot.
That has to be like over £1,000, surely. For like all of that.
I mean, we know how much some merchandise costs. Oh my god! Okay, crazy story. A little bit of a sidetrack. So you know when we did the quiz, and we did the merchandise section, and
I remember.
one of the items was the mug that was like the David Tennant mug you could drink out of.
Oh yes.
So the other day I met someone that actually had that mug.
Oh my god. Holy shit.
I know.
Did you ask how much they paid for it?
No, I think they...
Oh, you should have.
Wait, no, hang on. I think they said it was like $22 or something.
How much was it when we did the quiz?
I don't remember. It was in US dollars, and I don't remember at all.
Oh.
But yeah. So that's crazy. Anyway.
That's funny.
Next thing on my checklist is to meet someone that has the
Are they turning into Tennant?
I don't know. I was going to say, like, I need to meet someone that has destroyed Cassandra. Oh, dear.
Yeah, already from this video, I don't like his style. Yeah. I don't like how he talks.
It's a little bit annoying, but I'm sure we'll be able to push through.
It's quite annoying.
I'll be honest though, I've seen worse. I mean, when we
they're definitely worse.
When we did the Bowl Strict video, I was really having to try and hold it together because his style is just so boring. Like his voice is. Just...
Yeah, I agree that I don't find his voice fun to listen to.
He's
Honestly, I honestly think Bolster wouldn't be as bad if we talked more about the show itself and the writing. I feel like, because I actually think that if he did, more times than not, we'd probably agree with him.
Not necessarily. I know that he doesn't like Series 10, so there you go.
No, yeah, I think more. What I mean, like more often than we do now, because when he mentioned like the stuff in Fugitive, we were like, in terms of like plot. I agree with him.
I don't know. I would say outside of the more politically, it's not necessarily politically, but the stuff that he hates from like 2015 onwards, which is just ridiculous. Apart from that, I would say he has very, very generic opinions about the show. Like he loves the Tom Baker era. He's not a fan of Rose's romance, blah blah blah. He's got very generic, boring opinions. So even if I did agree with him on some things, I have seen a few of his videos, like back in the day before all this Jodie shit blew up. Back when he was reviewing the Capaldi era, I listened to some of his reviews, and like all I can say is that he just had really, really basic, generic opinions on the show. That's all I remember. And then the whole is Doctor Who becoming a PR incident thing happened, and he became a massive channel, and he started to really overplay himself, and then he introduced the whole Professor Dinkles thing, and it just became so stupid. And it's crazy how, like, in his review about Fugitive of the Dodoon, how he turned it into a whole, man, I thought millennials was going to be more conservative, and it's like, this is, what has this got to do with the episode? Like, it was just ridiculous. Anyway, shall we move on?
Yep.
Will probably never recover.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I love the shot of going into his mouth. Oh god, that shot of using the Tennant TARDIS.
I think I remember it's because they didn't want to use the actual TARDIS so people wouldn't spoil it. They had to use a CGI one.
I feel like you should just reveal it then. Like, I don't see why that would be an issue.
Honestly, the way I would have had her revealed, just imagine, like, none of this bloody trailer after the tennis bullshit. Imagine if her reveal was actually in, like, the end of the Doctor Falls. Like,
that's what it should be. It should be. It would be so much better.
Like,
if they just did that. They're never going to do that.
Like, you watch the Series 10 finale, and at the end of, because Twice Upon a Time didn't need to happen, you watch the Series 10 finale, and at the end of the Doctor Falls, you see Capaldi regenerate into Jodie Whittaker, and you're like, holy shit.
Yeah. I feel like there's more chance they could do something like that now, because I don't think there are a lot of people don't care.
Because, like, in Classic Who, I mean, I suppose the problem is that they always fucking have to announce when there's a new actor, and that's the worst thing. But one thing I can say is, as a kid, I had no idea about anything to do with, like, the news or anything. I had no clue about any real life stuff. Much. So when I watched Christopher Eccleston regenerate, my mind was completely blown. I was just like, what the hell?
Only announcement I fully remember was when Tennant announced he was leaving Doctor Who at our award show.
I remember.
I remember being quite shocked when I was young.
Yeah, and I remember Matt Smith did that, like, weird interview, and he had long hair, and it was so bizarre. And I remember thinking,
Game Troller, why are you saying Christian at last you're on your own? Does this guy look like Christian, apparently?
Probably. Anyway, let's go.
Jodie Whittaker was announced as the 13th and first female Doctor. Big move, mind-blowing move.
Not really what this... You should have... The structure of that sentence wasn't great. It's like, the 13th and first female Doctor. It made it seem like...
Anyway.
It contradicted, but I get what he means.
I won't hold that against
him. I mean, you can see my little younger self's reaction to it here.
Oh, God.
What?
I think I saw this.
What camera are they using?
I think it's an iPod.
Jodie Whittaker.
I think I saw this reaction.
You know what's funny? They're reacting like this, yet have no idea who Jodie is. Don't you find that a bit weird? Like, I get it. It's like it's a female being the Doctor. I think that is a shocking revelation.
I mean, I was kind
but to be
like
as
that.
Shocked as they are,
I wasn't as over.
I wasn't. I was like, oh, okay. Oh, they're actually going with this.
I mean,
But I had no idea who Jodie was.
yeah, I mean, I didn't really either. I didn't know who
So
she
I
was.
feel like
I think
going
I think I
oh my
re-
god, oh my god, oh
I
my
think I
god.
remember-
It's very weird.
I think I remember I saw her and I was like, she looks familiar, but I don't really know who that is.
I didn't recognize her at
But
all.
I
didn't know.
I
she
was blown away that it was a female doctor. I was like, whoa. I did not see
But
that coming.
I think the way they're reacting here is almost as if like their childhood dream has come true.
I remember
Especially
Crystal
him.
D's reaction was like that. Actually, she was very excited. I mean, I don't really have a problem with that. Like, react how you want. I suppose.
No, sure. I just think like to be like.
I suppose are you relating this to that? There was that reaction.
They don't
to
have.
yeah. There was that reaction to the Rise of Skywalker trailer that was on Twitter when the film was about to come out. If you remember,
Eric Butts.
Yeah,
Eric Butts.
and it
reacting.
was like all due respect to him, it was quite funny. Like it was quite funny how
it was and it was also very. It was quite awkward as well because, like, of course, if he loves it, that is absolutely fine. But to like legitimately like uncomfortably like viewing him crying over sand.
It was like hyperventilating.
Yeah, no, it was like he. And obviously, this isn't as bad. It's like it's nowhere near as bad. But the idea of them reacting the way they are to, I guarantee you, both of them had no idea who Jodie was.
Well, I mean,
one
of them didn't
like
know who she was. Definitely.
I feel like most people wouldn't know who Jodie is.
I honestly, I think the reaction like that, it's more so just like the fact.
Because more times than not, the Doctor has always been, especially. I'd say the only exception would be Capaldi, but especially in the new era, most of the Doctors that are announced, most people have no idea who they are, in terms of majority.
In terms of our age group, yeah.
Yeah. So I get especially the age group. So I don't.
It depends on where you live too, because if you lived in the UK in the early 2000s, you would know who Christopher Eccleston was. But if you didn't, you probably wouldn't because he was so exclusive to that one area.
Yeah.
But now,
I just find the reaction a bit odd. That is all.
Right. Anyway.
Oh, that's actually quite cool. She looks like she could be the Doctor.
She does.
Genuinely.
She looks like she could be the Doctor. Well, she is. She looks like she could be the Doctor.
I suppose it's meant to. It's sort of.
I mean, anybody could.
I think it's meant to be the whole thing of like when you see the trailer and you sort of look at the way they act, and you like some people are like, oh, there's that special thing that you see in their eyes that are like, yeah, that could be the Doctor. I think that's what it's meant to be. I think. I mean, I remember
Jodie had that.
I remember. Well, I would say from that trailer, I definitely felt that way. I was like, wow, she looks like she'd be the Doctor. But I remember when Stephen Moffat did an interview about when John Hurt was announced for the War Doctor, right? He said he wanted it to be like a famous actor, but it had to be the right kind of famous actor. Because he said if Brad Pitt had turned around and been the War Doctor, it wouldn't have felt right. But because it was John Hurt, it was different. You know, it was like he's a famous actor.
Yeah, I agree.
He's a famous actor, but he's also an actor that you feel like could have played the Doctor at one point in time.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So, yeah, there's definitely something... Like, it's not... I know that Peter Davison and Colin Baker have come out and said things like, oh, any actor can play the Doctor, but like, I don't think that's true. I think there is a very large range of actors that can play the Doctor. Because of how much variety the character allows. But I do think there is a very specific thing in the acting style that is unique to the Doctor. And someone like Brad Pitt does not have that. But then someone like John Hurt does, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah. I would say I think someone like Olivia Colman, I would say like...
Well, yeah, she
would just from a look would be like I can see her as the Doctor.
Oh yeah,
I wouldn't.
Honestly, I think
back
she.
Then I wouldn't have said Jodie.
I've seen her in Fleabag, and she's like the way she has comedic style. She could be very Bakerish. She could be very Tom Bakerish in her charm.
From seeing her in stuff like Hot Fuzz and then something like Broadchurch, she can do comedy and very serious stuff.
Yeah, I briefly saw her in Broadchurch as well.
Yeah, she's very good. She's great in Broadchurch.
I'm pretty.
And Jodie is too.
I'm pretty certain that Chris Chibnall asked Olivia Colman first, actually, but Olivia Colman said no. But Olivia Colman definitely could be a brilliant doctor, I reckon.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
Wow, a female doctor. Now, I don't think I even need to start this video by addressing the question of, does a female doctor even work? Yes, a female doctor works, undoubtedly. Like, you can't say it doesn't. Even if you don't...
I mean, it depends what they mean. But just in the broadest sense, yes, a female doctor could work, because in the end of the day, it doesn't matter.
I think he's trying to like, his main point is to block out, don't be sexist, and it's like, don't be sexist.
I mean, okay, yeah, sure. I mean, that goes without saying.
I think you would think that it goes without saying, but for some people it doesn't, and I don't know why. But apparently it does matter to some people. Who knows? Oh,
you got to tell.
I just skipped back. What we were
That's
on.
fine. We'll go back to.
Was it like 1:30 or something? Ish around here.
Ish. I'd say so. Yeah.
Like, stellar performances as this character.
Wait, hang on a second.
A female doctor.
Hang on. Back
Go
there.
like to
this video by addressing the question of, does a female doctor even work? Yes, a female doctor
His
works,
editing isn't very good, is it?
Like, you can't.
I mean, to be fair,
these random zooms into nothing. They're not even zooming in on his face.
yeah, I mean,
They're just zooming in randomly.
I mean, to be fair, there's a couple of the zooms I've done that have been pretty shit.
I mean, yeah, but it doesn't change
Although,
that these zooms are also very shit.
To be fair, a lot of them were intentionally shit, like in The Power of Kroll when I had it spin on Adam when he was singing the theme tune. That was funny.
No, yeah, that's funny. There's still purpose behind that. With this, there's no purpose. He's just zooming in when he fucking feels like it.
I think the most awkward...
Already, I'm quite jarred by this.
I think probably the most awkward video I may have ever done was my reaction to the Ghost Monument, because I was just so reserved. It's something about it that doesn't feel right to me. But I kept it up. Because
dude, you don't need to keep zooming in on random words you're saying. Just you can keep it stationary and just have cuts, and that's fine. I don't get what he's doing with this random zooming in.
He might just be following in the footsteps of what other YouTubers are doing, which is, ugh.
Well, that's too bad.
Anyway,
like if you can't say it doesn't.
You know his video is just very uninteresting if he has to keep zooming in to get you to keep you awake.
I don't know. Maybe
to give you something visual.
He might just be doing
because that's what it is.
He might just be doing it because that's what he thinks YouTubers do.
Oh, I guarantee you, he thinks that's what he does. But I think the reason why people do that is so that it keeps you visually interested. But for the most part, it doesn't really work. It's often used because sometimes the person talking on the thing they're talking about isn't very interesting. But with this person, he's just using it willy-nilly without an actual purpose. And it's just quite jarring.
Yeah, I mean, it might just be, I don't know, he may not be aware of why YouTubers do it. He just does it because that's what YouTubers do.
Well, he should be.
Well, I should.
Because if you're gonna make a YouTube video, you're gonna make it you're gonna make a good one. Make it a good one.
Well, I should.
So far, this editing is terrible.
Someday I will. I'll be the most.
It should have been me.
I'll be the most powerful YouTuber ever.
I'll be the most powerful YouTuber ever.
It's all Ballstrike's fault. He's jealous. He's holding me back. Anyway.
Even if you don't think Jodie Whittaker is the perfect actress to play the Doctor, we've had Jo Martin now, we've had Jodie Whittaker, and both of them have delivered, stellar performances as this character.
I wouldn't agree with that. I think Jodie's had one good performance, and then that's kind of been it. She was very good in Haunting.
I think... not all the time.
Would you really say that Jodie's been great in terms of her acting through the entirety of her run, apart from Haunting?
I think
and probably moments here and there.
I think there are some episodes where she has been great, but not all of it.
I would say 75% of her episodes, she's not been very good.
I wouldn't say
And the writing hasn't helped her.
I wouldn't say that any of her performances have been bad. I think she's acted to the level that you would expect from TV.
There are moments in Spyfall. Wasn't very good.
Like what?
Having rewatched it, like that, you know, the moment when she's in the weird realm. For some reason, the way she delivers the line, like, "Are we in my universe?" It's the way she delivers that line is so jarring. As an example, I don't know if you remember that.
I remember the scene. I mean, it's awkward, but I kind of get the feeling that it's meant to be awkward. Like she's an awkward person.
If you need, yes, but it's like when she say, "Am I socially awkward?"
Well,
it doesn't work.
Yeah, but that's to do with the writing, though, not the acting.
I would say often writing can make a performance better or worse.
Yeah.
It depends on how it's structured.
But what I'm saying is I feel from Jodie's end, I feel like she's delivered at the very least to a satisfactory TV level. I wouldn't say any of her performances have been below par. I think she's at the very least delivered what the script has given her. Maybe not necessarily to a brilliant level, but she's acted the role.
But here's the thing: he's saying that is at a stellar level, which is very, very suspect.
I don't know. I think some of it has been.
She has not been stellar.
I think some of it.
But overall, I do not. Like, let's go back and see what he actually said.
I would say probably her best acted scene for me is the scene at the end of Spyfall Part 2 when she goes to Gallifrey. I think that's her best.
Oh yeah, that's very. I'd say that's good. I'd say that scene is very good. Yeah. I agree.
Yeah.
I think in an entire episode, haunting.
I also think the lighthouse, well, all the way from when they're in the car, all the way up to the lighthouse section of Fugitive, her acting is very, very strong, especially in the car scene.
It's fine.
I really liked it. And Haunting.
I probably have to rewatch it, but I remember it just being fine.
Haunting, she got a really good, like, funny script behind her, and she actually embraced some of the.
Yeah, she did. She did. I think Haunting is without a doubt her best performance.
Yeah, and I also feel like, Haunting of Villa Diodati, it capitalizes on what Chris Chibnall wants from this character in the way that I would want it to be done. And then something like Ascension of the Cybermen is the opposite, where it has a similar on-paper idea, but the execution is done in a different way, that not to where what I'd like. In the sense of, like, Jodie's sort of the chaos within the team of those two episodes. In Haunting, it's done in a way where she's at the control of the situation, whereas in Ascension, it's the opposite, where it's chaotic, but she's not in the control of the situation, and I feel like she works a lot better when she's an authoritative figure rather than a really messed up, like, not authoritative figure. It's sort of a one that's not in control. I feel like she works a lot better in the sort of almost parental role to these companions, which is interesting because Graham's older. But I feel like what Chris Chibnall is missing is, and not capitalizing on, is that Jodie as an actress actually can play an authority role quite well if you write her correctly. And I feel like Maxine Alderton capitalized on that a lot better than Chibnall did. So overall, I would say there are some performances from Jodie that I thought were really good, but on the whole, a lot of it was satisfactory but not great, and I wouldn't say particularly any of it was terrible. I thought it was all at par. It's just the writing that I wasn't a big fan of. In regards to Joe Martin, this is a tough one because
there's what we have, like everything we have on screen. I don't think you could say it's stellar.
I really enjoyed her in terms of her performance, but oh god, it's tough because it's like, what are we approaching it from? Does this person entertain me, or are we approaching it from, like, because if you go down the road,
is the performance good? Well, I guess because he's talking about the performance.
Well, if you go down the road of, does the actor portray the role that's written on the script? I don't really know the answer because I don't really know what this fugitive doctor is, so I can't really say whether or not it's accurate.
Yeah, and I would say that's the fault of Chibnall. I would say there's not enough to really.
Yeah, I don't really know enough about the character, but I
Yeah.
enjoyed Martin. I mean, a lot of the dialogue was very straightforward, which is what a lot of Chibnall dialogues like. But I thought Martin was, she played the role in the way that I would imagine it was written, and yeah, I enjoyed her. I thought she was.
I'm pretty much the opposite. I think her performances weren't very good, and I think the writing didn't help her at all. Especially in stuff like Timeless Children, because of how little we got her, but it was so poor.
Oh, I hate that scene in Timeless Children. That's the one scene for the Fugitive Doctor that I really don't like, is the Timeless Children, because it doesn't make sense. Why the hell would she say that? Why the hell would she say that? But in regards to just...
And I do think, I agree that I think the way she plays it in Fugitive is very straightforward and is very basic in a way. But I just don't find her engaging, and I don't think she gives a stellar performance.
Okay.
I think to say she gives a stellar performance would be very, very exaggerated.
I quite liked... I thought her sort of more... stern, dry sense of humor was quite funny, and it was a nice foil to Jodie's sort of the opposite of what she was, kind of like the opposite of what Jodie is in terms of comedically speaking, which was a breath of fresh air for sure. Like, I liked how she was sort of like lightly insulting her. It was, and the way she delivered it, I thought was quite funny. She's kind of got a similar sort of savagery that someone like Hartnell or Pertwee had, and Capaldi at times. I know that Joe Martin's a big fan of Peter Capaldi, actually. I mean, I wouldn't say that Joe Martin's performance is one of the best ever, like some other people do.
No, I don't. It's not. I don't. She's not even. I generally would have like words if you think Joe Martin's performance is better than like hell, even someone like Peter Davidson, because I think from what I've seen, just alone, he's actually a very good actor.
He is a very good actor. I've actually had a bit of a reappraisal of the Fifth Doctor. I actually quite like him now.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes he's a bit boring when the script isn't good, but apart from that, he's actually a really interesting character. I like how
Earthshock alone makes me like more endearing to him.
I like how the character is written to avoid conflict, but ends up in conflict and becomes very breathless. And also, one thing that I noticed, especially when it's funny, of all stories, it was listening to Land of the Dead, which is a really infamous Big Finish story for being boring, which for some reason I enjoyed, I don't know why. But one thing I really thought about Davison in listening to that story, especially contrasted with someone like Tom Baker, is that he doesn't have the power to influence people like other doctors do, and he has to work harder to get people on his side. Someone like Tom Baker is very charming, and characters are drawn to him, and he can assemble people that will trust him in a situation by using his personality. Whereas when the Fifth Doctor tries to do it, it doesn't work because he's not charismatic, and therefore he has to work harder to get people to be convinced that he's right, or whatever, or like to follow his lead. And that's actually something that's really unique to the Fifth Doctor. So yeah, and also the actor, Davison, is great. And honestly, in season 21, the Fifth Doctor is actually a really, really good character. He's actually really interesting.
Yeah.
Like, because that's when he starts to snap. If you remember in Frontios, there's that scene where he's like, well, you better get on with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He's great in Frontiers for the most part, yeah.
To be fair, I haven't seen Planet of Fire, The Awakening, but I would imagine it's similar.
He's one of the better actors in that story.
Yeah.
It's an okay story, but he's definitely one of the best parts about it.
Warriors of the Deep is absolutely terrible. However, the best moment from that whole story is the very last scene, where he looks around him at all these dead people and dead Silurians and Sea Devils, and he says, there should have been another way. And that's actually a perfect line for his character. And it kind of sets up where he was going for the rest of the season. And obviously, I know you haven't seen it, but in Resurrection of the Daleks in the Caves of Androzani, he's absolutely perfect. It's some of the best performances I've seen from any Doctor, those two episodes. And then if I were to cycle back again, stuff like Earthshock and Mordrin Undead, he's fantastic. And I love...
And he's like... And just by like, I think, broad like view of all the Doctors, he's like in comparison with most of them, he's like one of the weaker ones, but he's still that good.
Also, another thing that's interesting about acting is that Peter Davison is actually a really funny comedic actor, but in the role of the Fifth Doctor, he's demanded to be unfunny, which is interesting. And
here's the 5 minutes we get in Time Crash is better than all Joe Martin.
I think
I think his performance that is a stellar performance, and he gets the same amount of screen time.
yeah, I suppose I think that's a fair argument. Peter Davison in Time Crash is absolutely brilliant. He's really funny.
And he gets the same amount of time that Joe Martin gets, pretty much. She probably has a couple more minutes. And also,
but someone could come in and say that him actually being a bit funnier than he usually is a little bit out of character. However, it's not, because he's contrasted by the 10th Doctor, who is a lot more up his own arse than the 5th Doctor was. In fact, almost...
Well, because the 5th Doctor in that short story, he's very straight-faced, and he's playing off sort of Tennant's sort of
hubris,
wittiness. Yeah, exactly. And that's where the comedy comes from. It's not necessarily because of the 5th Doctor, the way he's acting, but it's how he's bouncing off the 10th Doctor.
Yeah, the only time that the 5th Doctor...
It's brilliant.
The only time the 5th Doctor doesn't work is when the script is bad, like Arc of Infinity, for example. Because in something like Arc of Infinity, the script is so boring that Peter Davison, the actor, just doesn't care, and you can see it in his performance. He's just bored of the episode. He's just like, I do not give a shit. But apart from those moments, when you get a good episode, which, watching through a lot more of his era, there's actually a lot more good episodes than I thought there were. It's actually a lot more consistent than I thought it was. It's just the bad stuff is really, really bad. But, yeah, the 5th Doctor is actually quite good. It's just that I think because he's an uncharismatic person, it makes it harder to have that instant love that you do for other Doctors like Tom or Pertwee or Troughton, if you get what I'm saying. But at the same time, the fact that he's the Doctor that takes the bullet, the fact that he's the Doctor that isn't cool, the one that isn't lovable, the fact that he's the one that people don't want to, have a drink with, he's kind of the one that gets left out, that makes him unique, and it makes him flawed. And he has to work harder to get people on his side, and the fact that quite often he's not powerful enough to command his companions, especially with someone like Tegan, who's very alpha. He's often not able to convince her because she has her own set of morals, which I think is, even though I don't like Tegan, especially with season 18 and 19, her performances aren't very good, they're quite wooden. She does improve season 20 and 21, and there are many things about her character that I don't like. I would say the way they execute Tegan's overpowered nature with the 5th Doctor is executed better in script than it is with someone like Clara and the 12th Doctor, because it makes more sense to me, whereas I feel like the 12th Doctor and Clara is often more just in concept rather than execution. But that's just my opinion. Anyway, we should get back to the video.
Yeah.
To play the Doctor, we've had Joe Martin now, we've had Jodie Whittaker, and both of them have delivered stellar performances as this character. Yeah, a female Doctor works. That's not debatable.
I mean, no one ever disputed the idea that a female Doctor could give good performances. It's all to do with just the actor/actress themselves.
Again, I think he's targeting sexist people, so we should probably move on.
But why?
I mean, everything is technically debatable, so I'll shut up. This big decision, as the 7th Doctor would say, created ripples.
The ripples merge, rebound off the banks in unforeseeable ways.
Which created more ripples and ripples. Basically...
I hate this editing.
Yeah, don't you try and act like McCoy, mate. You can't do it.
Oh, that was kind of cringe.
If you want to see
Not gonna lie.
If you want to hear a good Sylvester McCoy impression, go listen to any of the novel adaptations on Joey's channel because he plays McCoy in that, and he's much better than this fucker.
It's like, we get it. There are sexists out there. I get it. Talk about the actual arguments.
All right.
Stop making this fucking narrative.
Yeah, division in the fan base. I would say it split the fandom in two, but I think that's a disservice to what actually happened. It sort of splintered off into thousands and thousands of...
There's always been thousands of different groups on this show, and
Yes, that's always been the case.
And because the thing,
Any fandom, it's the same with any fandom.
and this is the thing.
This isn't unique.
This is the thing. It's not about groups. It's literally about individuals and how everyone has a different point of view. Now, the reason why groups get created is because you get these cults on the extreme level, like the Not My Doctors and the Jody bots who band together and create this fucking war about this crap. But that doesn't mean that everyone is like that. It doesn't mean you have to fit into groups like that.
As such as, I guarantee you, it's a minority. I guarantee you that those kind of people, it's a minority, but it's very vocal. So you think it's so many people, but it's actually not. For the most part, like what we do, we know that this just isn't very good. This is not very good television for the most part, but yet we're deemed haters. And that we're not giving it a chance, yet we're watching it, and that is us giving it a chance.
Anyway.
I hate this
However,
narrative.
there are sort of two main categories. It is basically like Anakin from Revenge of the Sith.
If you're not with me,
Oh, geez, that's low quality.
then you're
Wow.
my enemy.
Could you literally not just get us... What? You know what I do? I literally just record over YouTube clips in 1080p.
Again, I just think this guy's a bit inexperienced, and I don't. It's if he's inexperienced.
How long? But we saw a clip earlier where he did a reaction to Jodie being announced, so he's clearly done videos before.
Okay, he may not be very good at it.
Yeah, I'm getting that. I'm getting the impression that he's not very good at doing videos.
Anyway.
Only a Not My Doctor deals in absolute. But yet, there is this
God.
constant feeling of you have to love the Chibnall era, or you have to absolutely hate it.
I mean, that isn't true. That's not really... There are obviously people who are obviously of those opinions, but there are definitely people who are like, it's just kind of boring, isn't it?
Mm.
There are definitely people who are just like, I just don't care. It's just really boring.
Most people I know that aren't like hardcore fans, like just people that watch it when it's on, they say that. They're like, yeah, it's okay.
Exactly, because it is. It's so boring. It's a very boring era of the show.
Like, my dad has watched the show ever since the John Pertwee era, like since he was a kid, and he's always found it to be quite interesting and fun. And then when he watched Series 11, he's just like, well, that was a bit boring.
Yeah, exactly, because it was. It's so incredibly boring. And Series 12, while, you know, it uses more of the Doctor Who,
Series 12 is quite facetious.
canon,
It's quite facetious,
yeah.
you know. It's very subversive.
Like, Series 12 was kind of like another, like, version of boring, where it chose to use more of the show's history, but it did it in a very unengaging way. It's the literal embodiment of like jiggling keys in front of you. That's what it really was.
Well, it was mostly artificial, really. A lot of the stuff that was engaging about the series was quite artificial, rather than substantive. I found.
No, yeah, there was no substance to
like
the
when
build-up
when someone says to me, "What were things that when Series 12 were airing that I was hooked on watching the next episode for?" and it's like, okay, the Master's back. Captain Jack's back, there's a new Doctor, and there's something about a timeless child, and I don't know what it is. So it's just like generic mystery box and, you know, legacy characters returned and surprising twist. But it was never really, I was never saying anything like, I'm interested to see what happens with these characters based on these events in this episode. You get what I'm saying? Like if someone said to me, like if someone asked you or I at the end of like Season 1, Episode 7 of Game of Thrones, why would we want to watch the next episode? It's like, well, we've gotten to know Ned Stark and the mystery of Jon Arryn's death, and also built up all these different characters around him and their personalities. And I want to see what happens now that he's imprisoned, and here's why. And it's very based in story and in character why we want to watch the next episode, as opposed to something like, this person's back and there's a mystery. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's very artificial as well.
Yeah.
And I will stand by this, that Chris Chibnall does a lot of artificial, not all of it's artificial, but I will stand by the fact that especially in Doctor Who, he does a lot of artificial writing, and I can prove this because in something like The Hungry Earth, Amy gets trapped underground, and rather than writing into the story that the motivation for the Doctor doing what he does, being and trying to convince people around him that his friend is stuck under there and he wants to rescue her, instead Chibnall adds in an arbitrary countdown timer so that there is a sense of urgency. So instead of going down the route of doing what you've already built into the story around the natural tension, you've had to add in something completely separate artificially to create the tension. And that is, for me, one of the biggest cardinal sins of Chibnall's writing, is that he doesn't recognize what's natural and he has to add in all these tropes and just these really just lazy writing mechanics to create tension, and I don't like that. I wish that he was more interested in building on the story he was writing rather than having to just constantly add on things to.
Well, what he does a lot is do ideas that were done before that were good, but he does them again, but doesn't understand what actually made them good.
Mm.
Spyfall is like filled with that. As an example, like holy shit, there are so many things in that story that are just taken from other stories that were done so much better.
Yes. Anyway.
And you can't just, as I sort of do, rest in the middle. Now, I'd probably say I'm more towards the liking it side. Series 11 wasn't exactly my cup of tea, but I did genuinely love Series 12. But I think it is this main division of you're either with me or you're against me that really tears the fandom into tiny little pieces. It's almost like a mob mentality, because you have...
Oh, God. It's like a mob mentality. It's like... I don't see that at all for the most of it. The only part I could see it is like imagine with the Bolstrick sort of side of things. But that's such a minority. I do not find like a lot of people who I see on Twitter that they're not antagonistic in a broad sense. It's like they're giving arguments as to why this era of the show is really shit. Yet people find that as people attacking people's feelings, when that's just not what it is.
It's also the same on the other side. There's people that really like the show and they talk about how they like the show, and then people come in and say like, "Oh, you're a Jodie bot feminazi SJW," and it's like
exactly.
Yeah.
It's like I guarantee you in this video he's gonna go more for like the, well, you hate it, and obviously you do these arguments. You're trying to take away people's love of the show. It's like, because this whole thing of you're either positive or negative about the show, and it's always bad to be negative, but it's always great to be positive about it, which just is so ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're so positive that you're just making shit up and saying it's good, I find that just as bad as saying something is bad with actually when it's not actually true. Yeah, I just hate this narrative that he's setting up already, that it's a mob mentality.
Categorize yourself into one of the groups, whereas most people, I'd assume, and most people that I talk to sort of fall into my category of, yeah, they like it, it's just Doctor Who. They don't.
So it's like, oh, what? I surround myself with people who are the same opinion as mine, but then when I look at other people's opinions, it's seen as more negative. like that I view it as negative.
I think he's trying to get across that he feels like the majority of what he sees online is in the mob of love or hate, and that when he talks to his friends, it's more like middle ground, or a little bit liking, a little bit disliking. But yeah, I think.
Well, he said like it's that they like it for the most part. It's just Doctor Who, which is it's an odd one, but if that's what they feel, that's how they feel.
Don't absolutely love it, they don't absolutely hate it. Everyone has their favourite era, and that's fair enough. I'm going to quickly run down like the three sort of what I'd call problematic. I hate that
Jesus
word.
Christ.
What was that? What did he say? Did he say problematic?
Oh my god, yeah, he just did. Problematic. And he did it in quotation marks.
Oh dear.
Man, you really can see what side of the coin he's on from this video already.
I mean, it works. This isn't in any particular
Stop with
order.
the
These are
fucking
just the sort of groups
zooms.
which are really sort of screwing the fandom over. Number one, this is the sort of least amount of people, I think, but there are a group of them out there who can just see no wrong in Chibnall or Jodie. They don't actually particularly care about the contents of what happens, but they'll defend it to their last breath. They'll keep going saying it's the perfect thing and you can't insult Jodie Whittaker, you can't critique this, otherwise you're not my doctor, and nah. When in reality,
Stop with
as
the
I said
zooms, please.
earlier, you can just rest in the middle. You can genuinely critique it, and that's completely fair enough. You can genuinely love it, that's also fair enough. But yeah, to the people out there who genuinely believe that if you don't like this iteration of the show, you are a bigot, just stop doing it. I don't even know if you realise you're doing it, but it's not a healthy mentality, and it doesn't help
thank you for
anyone.
saying that.
Equally, though, we have the other side where Chibnall can't do anything right. Everything he does is wrong, and it's bad.
He can do some stuff right, but just for the most part he can't.
It's Dr. Karen and Dr. Nasty. Genuinely, I cannot comprehend why people actually use that as like a critique of the show. We're not 9 years old. You can't just say Dr. Nasty as a genuine review.
This is definitely aimed at Bolstrick, because Bolstrick uses the Doctor.
But we've already talked about how like it's. We got to remember it's like that's a very vocal minority, because not everybody is like that.
No, it's just the fact that people like Bolstrick have a lot of subscribers, so people feel like that's the majority.
Oh yeah,
because they have the loudest voices. Yeah. But they think it's the loudest voice because they always pay attention to that. Well, I mean, I do not at all want to get into politics on this channel ever. But it is the same thing how people feel like the majority is the extreme left and the extreme right, and that's not true. It's just because they have the most facetious, loudest, and surprising things to say that people feel like that's how most people feel, but it's not true. There's plenty of... It's all across the board, and it's the same thing with Doctor Who. You don't have to be a Bolstrick fucking cultist, and you don't have to be a Jodie bot, you know. There's plenty of middle ground, and most of it is middle ground.
Both sides need to chill and just find the middle ground.
You know what that reminded me of when he did that noise? It reminded me of the stink pellets from Chamber of Secrets game.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Just treat it as a TV show. Treat it as Doctor Who.
Him saying like you should be in the middle and just accept that this is just Doctor Who. It's like I don't agree with that. I feel like just sticking to the status quo of what he's saying, I think is like it's not very healthy, I would say. To just like saying, yeah, it's fine, but it's not great. It's just Doctor Who. It's like, I feel like you can. If the show is generally like, if someone thought this era of the show was generally like really bad, and they gave actual like arguments for it, and they're like, well, I now also just fucking hate it, but they actually gave valid reasons for it and good arguments. Like, so what if they despise it? if they give good arguments.
It's not this war ground, it's a show. People can like it, people can dislike it, and that's completely fair enough. And there is also a third category that I'd sort of say, these are the sort of fans who are fans, but not like mega fans. And I'm not saying that in like a demeaning way, like
they're not as big a fan.
And
what
people...
is it? Oh shit, I just went back to the fucking beginning by accident. For about 5 minutes. What is it with his hand movements? What is this sort of weird way he's moving? It's really distracting.
I think it's meant to be his presentation style. I know that, funnily enough, Jodie Whittaker does this a lot, and Matt Smith. They both do a lot of hand movements when they speak.
But I feel like for Matt Smith, it's more in line with his character, at least.
What are you saying? It's not in line with this guy's character. God.
Well, for him, he does not feel he does not look comfortable doing this.
What's this guy's name?
The confused adipose or whatever.
The confused adipose.
I think that's what it is.
The confused adipose. You are an objectively inconsistent character.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, that's his yeah. Anyway, that's his name.
The show treats it as Doctor Who. It's not this war ground. It's a show. People can like it. People can dislike it, and that's completely fair enough. And there is also a third category that I'd sort of say these are the sort of fans who are fans, but not like mega fans. And I'm not saying that in like a demeaning way. Like
they're not as big a fan of me because I have glass cabinets of Doctor Who stuff.
Not saying it like that.
Oh god, he's not very good at presenting.
Honestly, if he just presented this a bit more deadpan, I might actually be a bit more on board with what he's saying, to be honest. Because
I honestly, in some ways, yes.
A lot of the stuff he's saying isn't completely unreasonable. It's just his presentation style is rubbish.
Yeah, his editing and presentation and the whole style of this video is quite poor.
Yeah, I mean, they genuinely don't like the show as much as, like, the insane people like myself. And these people I can kind of class as
it's not David Tennant or Matt Smith anymore, so it's not very good.
Like, they...
Ooh. That's... I'm not sure about that.
I think when he says that, he's talking about people that stopped watching after the Doctor was not a conventionally attractive male. Like, for example, you get people that are like, oh, Peter Capaldi is too old, I'm not going to watch this anymore. Like, I think that's what he means. Sure, but I also think us knowing how not very good that era of the show is, unless people just watched it as it went on. I don't think it's just to do with it being Capaldi. He's putting broad strokes over the casual people. I get what he's saying. He's talking about... Let me go back to see what he said. I want to get the full sentence.
And these people I can kind of class as
it's not David Tennant or Matt Smith anymore, so it's not very good.
Like, they just don't watch it anymore, because
that's how he feels. I think he just said he classes them as that, I guess. Yeah, that's very odd. I mean, to be fair, I have heard people say that. Sure, there are people like that, but I don't think that's the majority. But because there were people like, maybe. What was the viewership on like, Deep Breath, and the first couple of episodes of Capaldi's era? Oh, it was. I'm sure there was a bit of a decline, but I don't think it was massive. The decline was mainly to Series 9. Was the exactly because people didn't like Series 8. Deep Breath. At least the most casuals did. Viewership. 9 million. Yeah, exactly. So to have this narrative that as soon as Capaldi came in, people just turned off the show, that isn't what happened. I mean, they watched most of Series 8, and it was really not that good. Some people liked it, but sure, but for the most part, it just wasn't that good in terms of all the episodes. There's a lot of people that disagree with that, but it is pretty. In terms of like the general public, it was definitely looked down on Series 8. But a lot, unfortunately, a lot of it does have to do with just people not liking that the Doctor wasn't Matt Smith or David Tennant anymore. A lot of it has to do with it. But I don't think that's the majority, because we just see. Right, so we got the Deep Breath one. What was the What's the last episode
Death in
called?
Heaven.
I forget.
Death in Heaven.
Death in Heaven. It was around, in total, it was about 7.6.
Yeah.
So that isn't that big of a decline. That's still a lot of people watching it.
Yeah, it was a
So
lot. It was a lot.
Yeah, so I don't think the narrative. I don't think he thinks the drop off was as big as it is.
Magician's Apprentice.
There still was quite a lot of people
Magician's Apprentice got 2 million.
in total.
Yeah.
So yeah, people were like, they gave the whole season a chance.
Hang on.
They didn't.
Let me just double check.
No,
that.
I don't think that's true. I can't think that it was that big.
I know it was below the Satan Pit, Magician's Apprentice. It was the least viewed at the time that it aired of New Who. Let's
The
see.
overnights for Death in Heaven were 5.4.
Oh no, it was 6.5. I don't know where the 2 million came from.
So yeah, so this whole thing of people gave up as soon as Capaldi came in, it just isn't true. As the majority, there obviously are people that did drop off as soon as he came in, but I don't. That's it's not the minority. It literally isn't.
You mean it's?
I mean, it is the minority. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because we just seen that people still watched it around the first 2 seasons, but because of how bad they were like series 8 and 9, they're not very good in comparison to like the first sort of like 5 years of Doctor Who. Like the quality is like very different. So the narrative of people just dropped off, like a lot of people just dropped off after Capaldi came in straight away. That's not true.
There's also a massive narrative around people saying that people left after David Tennant left being the majority, and that's also not true because the ratings for Series 5 were quite high. In fact, they were about as high as Series 1 and 2 were. So, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so...
There were some people that left, for sure, but not everyone.
Yes. Oh, yeah. There was like... So, if we looked at like... I don't think looking at the Christmas special would count. Because
Honestly,
it's a regeneration.
like obviously, around Series 3 and 4, the ratings went massively high, like with Voyage of the Dam getting 13 million. But for the most part, from Series 1 to 8, it was consistently quite high. And then as soon as Series 9 happened, that's when it started to drop. And then...
So, I'm looking at the viewership for the name of the Doctor. I think that would be the most accurate thing to look at in terms of viewership, because I think the regeneration story and Day of the Doctor, they are big moments.
Wait, name
a
of
lot of people
Name of the
watch
Doctor
those.
was the finale of Series 7. You're thinking
Exactly. So I think that's to go from this to Deep Breath.
No,
The finale.
No, hang on. Time of the Doctor was the regeneration story, not Name of the Doctor.
You know, yeah, I know. I'm looking at the finale of Series 7. That's what I'm doing, because I think that's a good indication of just a normal season, looking at the finale of viewership. It was... The total figure was like around 7.4 million.
Mm-hmm.
So that, looking at then like at the finale of Death in Heaven, that's in total it got 7.6. So the narrative of people just dropped out as soon as Capaldi came in just isn't true. They left as it went on because the decline was slowly, it was going down and down in quality, the show.
Well, I think also there were a lot of people that just didn't take to the 12th Doctor and how cold he was.
Yeah, and that's true. That's true. But they gave it a chance at the very least.
Mm.
So yeah, this narrative it's quite, there's no real substance to it.
Series 10's viewership was really bad.
Yeah, because the last two, especially after Hellbent, I think that would have pissed a lot of people off.
Yeah.
So a lot of people gave up after that.
Mm. It was also
so that doesn't surprise me.
It was also the hiatus as well, and also the BBC didn't market Series 10 as much as they used
No,
to.
they didn't. I remember they didn't. The only thing they really marketed was John Sim coming back.
Mm. Yeah.
But
then Series 11 got massive marketing. It was ridiculous. Anyway, let's continue.
A fan of Doctor Who, they were a fan of like David Tennant and Matt Smith, so yeah, that group can just be gone. Now, I'm going to try and address and sort of respond to some of the main critiques that the current era
Here we
always
go.
gets,
Finally.
which I genuinely...
Okay, finally, we're here. We're talking about the critiques.
We're 6 minutes in. We're 6 minutes in, guys. That was all preamble.
Yeah.
Pointless preamble where most of what he said
He's just like
was disproven.
So I'm just gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. He was here to say, I'm not here to talk about Bolstrick, I'm not here to talk about Jodie Botts, and I'm not here to talk about people that left because they wanted the Doctor to be a hot young man. Right? He's getting rid of that out of the way. So now he's finally going to talk about the critiques. Hopefully.
Thank God.
I genuinely think
Please,
are just completely flawed and stupid. Stupid's probably quite harsh, but it works. Number 1.
Doctor Who's too political.
Fucking hell.
Well, yes.
Oh, fuck me. Ow.
Yeah.
So you just said, like, he's not going to go after, like, the Bolstricks and stuff, but his first point is about the political aspect of the show. So, I don't think that's true.
Anyway, let's continue.
Yes.
Yeah,
but
can you stop that
actually,
as well?
no.
Honestly.
I mean, when you look at it, Doctor Who has always been political.
Yes.
Now, I said
Yes.
this in a previous
Yes.
video, and I get comments like, Doctor Who has always been very moral, not
No, it hasn't.
political. No, it hasn't.
No, that's
It-
not the case.
Has always been political. Always.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially in the Pertwee era.
It's not. I don't think the issue. People who say like it isn't political, I
Also-
would say, again, probably a minority. They're not very smart, but yeah, it has always been political. There are political aspects in most seasons of the show.
Also,
So,
fun bit of
yeah.
trivia, you see on screen as a picture from The Curse of Paladin, the character standing behind Joe is King Paladin, and he's played by David Troughton, who's Patrick Troughton's son, and he's the same actor who plays that character in Midnight.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. He,
He looks very different, doesn't he?
oh, Curse of Paladin's fantastic.
has
He's
always
great in
been
Midnight.
really quite political. Just
He's
gen-
really like his father in Midnight. Like the way he's all nervous and
Yeah.
like shaky.
Yeah,
And-
he's so good.
And also, like, it's weird, but Midnight, in a way, is kind of like a multi-Doctor story. When you got David Troughton and David Tennant together, it's almost like the second and 10th Doctor having a battle of wills with themselves, in the sense of, like, you got, like, the anxious second Doctor battling in his head against the more, like, outwardly aggressive 10th Doctor who's, really arrogant and trying to control the scenario. I actually think that's something that's almost written into the script because of David Troughton playing the role, if you know what I mean.
yeah.
genuinely go back to like the Pertwee era. There's so much politics in it. I mean, people always complain that Arachnids in the UK is basically a rip-off of the Pertwee story, The Green Death, except you replace the giant maggots for giant spiders. It's the same story.
Before we get into what he's going to elaborate on, I just want to say, yes, both The Green Death and Arachnids in the UK deal with environmental themes. The difference is, The Green Death is absolutely brilliant, and Arachnids in the UK is really poorly written. Like,
So what you're saying is that both of the political aspects, one was executed very well and one wasn't.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying,
yes,
Connor?
it's not about the fact that the politics are in the show, it's about the execution of said politics.
Yeah, it's about making those political aspects not heavy-handed and, weave them in well within the story. Having a character literally be Trump is so jarring for no reason.
Arachnids in the UK is the worst writing of Jodie's Doctor in her whole run in terms of her character. It's stupid.
Yeah,
It's really stupid. Like
I'd say it's up there.
I
find
find it interesting how like people when talking about the Doctor having questionable morals around murder, people often point to the Doctor's daughter. If someone was going to ask me that, I would say Arachnids in the UK is the one where I'm like, what the hell? When the whole thing around how choking a spider to death is more morally superior than shooting it, like that's not something the Doctor would do at all.
Game Troller Tribes just tweeted me on Twitter a music video called Zoom Oh no, it was an intro called Zoom. Oh, that's funny.
Sorry, what was that?
Game Troller Prime has just tweeted me a video that is entitled Zoom Full Intro.
Right.
Because this guy just loves his Zooms. It's probably like that show.
Yeah, probably uses the app Zoom as well, which is garbage. Yeah, so execution is the key difference here. The Green Death is my favourite John Pertwee story. I absolutely love it. Like, it's incredible.
So yeah, the show has always been political. I think most people know that, but the important thing has always been execution and making sure that when you put political aspects in the show, it is not heavy-handed. It is not meant to take you out of the story. But that's what Arachnids in the UK does.
It's what
a lot.
It's what Orphan 55 does as well, with the whole speech at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which, you know, you compare you compare that to something like The Natural History of Fear, which is an Eighth Doctor Big Finish audio, which has it's got a very similar political theme to the book 1984 of totalitarianism in law, and the way it does it is it puts all the characters in a situation where that would happen, and it shows an example of it rather than turning to the camera and telling you what the themes are, because that's what Arachnids does, and it's what Orphan 55 literally does. So execution is the key thing here. It's not the fact that the politics are there, it's the fact that the execution is bad.
Stuff has made these giant animals and evilness and stop pollution, except no one tried to cancel John Pertwee, did they?
Because it was well written, I assume, going off what you just said.
Yeah. Also, he's about to play the scene where he says, "Show us your tits." Oh dear, this ad has not aged well at all. What are you doing?
Oh, I'm pausing it.
No one was like #not my doctor. No, he's bad because he's saying that you should save the environment. Because, quite frankly, that doesn't really make any sense. Yeah.
But Jodie wasn't saying you should save the environment. She was saying that you should choke out spiders rather than put them down.
And in Orphan 55 gave a really heavy-handed speech.
It's not about...
He's ignoring...
It's not...
He literally thinks it's just because they're both political... Because people criticise one but not the other, he thinks that's being hypocritical when that's not the fucking case.
Mm-hmm. Also, Powerspine made a great point that the Green Death and Orphan 55 also have similar messages about environmentalism, but the execution's different.
Yeah, it's almost as if the writing behind the execution is important in the stories. It's almost as if that is like a very big factor in most stories, I'd say.
Yet, for some reason, in the current climate, when Doctor Who does pretty much the same plot as it did like 50 years ago, people are going mad saying, this is not Doctor Who's never been political, etc.
What about the people that agree that it is political but then criticised it? Can you talk about them people, please?
Because that's far more interesting than talking about people that are like, oh, be political.
Yeah, you know, the fucking minority of people who say that.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you just series 1 of Doctor Who, like the Slitheen 2-parter, if you were to have that sort of story in the modern day, people would go insane. It's too...
People went... No.
It was the modern day.
But also, people went insane about it anyway when it aired. Do you not remember that?
People... It's still... I think in recent years it's been, you know, a lot of people...
In that story...
more people like it than they did then. People still hate it.
In that story... You had a Prime Minister of the UK dead, falling out of a cabinet. You had politicians farting. You had, like, obesity mocked. It was all sorts of political stuff that Russell T Davies got flack for from the public. And that's always going to happen. Don't pretend that there wasn't. Don't pretend there wasn't criticism then, because there
he's totally ignoring that. It's like it's deemed one of the worst episodes in RTD's era. It's not. It's a very good episode, but we're just talking about what people say. People say that they don't like that story. What the fuck are you on about? Fucking. What is this narrative? I hate this narrative this guy is setting up. Like. Well, not even setting up, he's just he's now like fully going into it. He is just it's ignoring the actual context of not only what people's reactions to these episodes are, but then the actual execution of some of these stories. It's so setting up this narrative like, oh, people are being inconsistent because they're saying that Doctor Who isn't political, but then fuck off.
Political, blah, 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 blah. Like, the whole Slitheen thing is like politicians talking out of their...
Ask not.
Censored that. And it's got...
Oh, did you get that joke? He censored it, so he had to say that he censored it.
I think he doesn't realise that the joke is in context of New Earth, not it can't just be applied anywhere. Oh well.
Yeah.
Got the whole weapons of mass destruction thing, which is like a direct play off the politics of the time.
Yeah, do you think people not fucking know that? I think it's pretty fucking obvious.
There was an episode that Russell T Davies wrote about fascism called Turn Left. I'm pretty sure people knew that the show was political. We're not stupid. It's about the execution. It's not about the idea. Even as a kid, I knew that when it was political, like even as a 10-year-old,
it probably went over my head when I was young. But when you're actually a grown adult and you know about politics,
the actual details of it, I wasn't sure. But like when I watched that episode and saw, oh yes, this is just like World War II. Like I knew that. It's not like I didn't recognize that, you know.
He just fucking. He's either forgetting this, which makes him stupid, or he's ignoring it to set up his narrative, which is a dickhead thing to do.
Aliens of London and World War III is a widely panned story. I don't understand why he thinks people...
Yeah, exactly.
I don't understand what he's
it's
saying.
so dumb. That's so dumb. It's literally... It's deemed one of the fucking worst episodes of our TDs. Oh god, this guy is.
Found massive weapons of destruction.
He's making it up. There's no weapons up there. There's no threat. He just invented it.
Do you think they'll believe it?
What he did last time.
Not only this, but
yeah, people notice that, you fuck. I don't get what you're doing.
Does he think he's clever because he thinks he's noticed something that other people didn't, even though they did?
I think so. I think he's just ignoring everything outside of like, I discovered it, so that must mean that people are hypocritical. Blah.
But if you look at episodes like The Long Game, episode 5 of series 1, it's all about fake news.
Yes, we know!
It's actually episode 6. It's actually episode 7, to be honest.
Oh wow! He's like, what episode did he say?
It's the 6th story, but the 7th episode. He said it was episode 5. But
so he's wrong on both fronts.
Yeah, either way, he's wrong. It's the 6th story in the 7th episode, but whatever.
Yeah, but anyway, yes, we fucking know. You're acting as if this is news.
Ironically, talking about The Long Game.
Exactly. Are you fucking kidding me?
I mean, literally in the story, the Doctor talks about all the bullshit that comes from the news. Like, it's not...
Oh my god.
It's not rocket science, we know this.
You moron. You fucking moron.
And how misinformation can slow down the progress of humanity. Yet, if you had that fake news story in a current series of Doctor Who, everyone would hit the roof and go mad because...
No, they wouldn't. If it was bad, they would say it's bad, you fuck.
Also, The Long Game, another episode that's widely panned.
Yeah, I don't even think it's that good. I think it's okay.
It's a pretty disliked episode.
It's the weakest episode of Series 1.
I mean, I enjoy it, but again, like, it's on the whole...
Yeah, I enjoy parts of it.
On the whole, it's a widely criticised story. You've picked 2 stories that are widely criticised.
Yeah, no, both of those episodes are considered for the most part, in like the bottom tier of the RTD era.
Mm-hmm.
So you're what are you doing? You're making it way harder on yourself to even convince us of this bullshit narrative you got set up.
Oh dear.
It's politics and you can't do politics in Doctor Who.
Oh my god, can you stop with this? The way you're presenting this video, it's really shit.
Now, I'm not going to say this criticism is entirely wrong, because there are moments, like in Orphan 55, where the politics genuinely damage the story. They properly slow it down to a halt and whack you over the head with a damn space crater.
Oh my god, can you stop with this? Honestly, I'm actually getting really pissed off.
Isn't that the voice of like Trinity and Susanna from Bad Wolf he's using?
It sounds like Cybermen.
No, to me it sounds like Trinity and Susanna. They're like, oh, it makes the colour look bland and the black look boring.
That's actually true. It does sound like more like that.
That's a compact laser deluxe. Where did you find that? You really don't want to know.
That's great. Yeah, remember? Yeah.
Unless people face facts and change, catastrophe is coming.
Shut up! No one actually cares.
Yeah, I agree with that guy.
God,
that guy knows what he's talking about.
What, he looks like if PewDiePie got an undercut and was having a Nerf gun in his hand. Hey guys, no one cares about.
I agree with him though. He's right though. We don't care.
Yeah. I suppose Chibnall trying to do the whole magic school bus thing of teaching children about pollution or something.
Kids don't care about pollution at 5.
Yeah, but I think they're trying to like Chibnall probably thinks that they should know about it. You know.
Yeah. I mean, even if he wanted to do that, he does it. Well, does he write Orphan? No, he doesn't. Ed Heim did that.
Heim, yeah.
Yeah, Ed Heim did a terrible job in that part. Though I think that is, I guarantee you, Chibnall had a hand in that.
Chibnall has a hand in every episode. Yeah.
Exactly. So yeah.
Catastrophe is
no one
coming.
cares. I completely agree with this guy. No one fucking cares.
Oh my god. It's been crap for 100 years. We need to conserve energy! Turn off everything!
But honestly, I think Orphan...
That was genuinely the best part of the whole video.
Can we watch that guy talk about the Chibnall era?
Yeah. Yep.
That was genuinely funny. That was the best part of the video, and it wasn't even him.
Oh dear.
55 is the only terribly handled example. Episodes like
Praxis is fine, but Arachnid's in the UK. I'm just going to put it out there.
Yeah.
Arachnid's in the UK does not handle its politics well at all.
No.
Deliver the, like, plastics are bad, etc. message in a fine way. Like, they're not too on the nose. Not any more so than Doctor Who has always been, anyway. Even like the most praised Doctor of all time, David Tennant, he has stories like Planet of the Ood, which is literally just about slavery and how like the British Empire, etc., profited off this horrific event. Yet once again, if you had that in the modern day, everyone would go in.
No, it wouldn't. Honestly, if you had...
Oh my god.
If you had...
What are you doing, you fuckface? Stop this.
If you had Planet of the Ood in the modern age, like obviously the dynamic with the Togdra and companions would be a lot different, but in terms of the writing, if you had the same script, it would actually be it would be similarly kind of as around about as popular as, maybe a little bit less depending on how people feel about the characters, but in terms of the story itself, it would be around about as popular as it was when it aired, because the script is really well written, in my opinion. I think it's really well written, so I think it would be received similarly in that regard. I think maybe the big difference though would be, I think probably the biggest difference though is the fact that Donna as a character, her connection with the Ood wouldn't be as easy to pull off with someone like Graham, Ryan, or Yaz, because they don't have that in their character.
Nope.
But like I said, like the way Planet of the Ood is written, it's not just about the idea of slavery, it's about the way it's written into the plot, if that makes sense.
Like if we literally just swapped over those two episodes like completely, people would not pan it. if we swapped it over with the characters, then it probably would, because the execution would not work with the characters in any way.
Yeah, you'd have to obviously write it different for those characters anyway.
Exactly. So it wouldn't be as good.
But in regards to
regards
to how the actual plot is executed, like forget about the characters. If it was done the same way, it's not like that's going to people are going to instantly be like, oh, this is bad because it's got politics in it. Like, no, just because it has slavery in it that's not the whole it's not just the concept of slavery. It's the way it's done. It's the way that it's the way the idea of the Ood is executed in the story. And that's why people like that episode. It's because of the way it's executed. And I can't see how you can justify Planet of the Ood and Arachnids in the UK being on the same level in terms of how it's executed politically. Just personally speaking, I don't see that at all.
Has he made like a single like strong point? Because he hasn't really.
He's been able to identify who fits into what category of fan, I suppose.
Sure, but that's like that isn't hard work.
His stance on Orphan 55 taking it too far was true.
Yeah.
It starts about practice.
But then he thinks.
I
feel like does he think then the Arachnids in the UK politics work well? Then
I would imagine
if he's defending.
I mean, if he said that Orphan 55 was the only one to take it too far, I'd imagine it would say that Arachnids didn't. So there you go.
I don't, in that case, he's not very correct.
People like Captain Jack as a character, Series 1, he is so openly gay, except...
But it's not,
no, he's not gay, he's pansexual.
But also, it's not just about his sexuality, though. It's more than that. People love...
He's also a great character.
People love Captain Jack for more than just his sexuality. He's a great character.
He's a fucking badass as well.
Yeah. Like
he's a well-written badass as well, which is nice.
Yeah, like he's an actual really, really good character, and it's more than just
fucking
his
hell.
sexuality.
The showrunner of the RTD era, Russell T Davies, is gay, and we fucking love him because he's a great writer.
Chris Chibnall's like straight and like
he's straight and he's shit. Not because he's straight, but because he's a fucking garbage writer. Oh, God, this fucking narrative of, well, the gays here, but then politics here. Well, it's fucking, what are you on about, you fucking idiot?
Ugh. It would be the same thing of, like, if Captain Jack was a bad character, it wouldn't be because of his sexuality. Necessarily.
It'd be the writing.
Because of the writing.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
And that is completely fine. There's no problem with it, and no one has a problem with it. Yet, when Bill comes along and says that she's gay in a few episodes, people hit their...
Here's the difference, though. Captain Jack didn't have to turn to characters and remind them every single episode that he had a sexuality, like, say the same jokes. It's not about the fact that they have a sexuality. It's the fact
East of Light is the word that is probably the prime example I would use where it's completely unnecessary at that point in the series.
Also, when you put in perspective that Eaters of Light was later on, so by that point it had been repeated to death.
That's what I mean.
It's about the fact that each time that they did the Bill reference, it wasn't different. It was the same thing over and over, and it's not to do with the fact that the subject matter of his sexuality is a problem. That's not why we don't like it. We don't like it because it's not interesting. Every single time it's referenced, it's the same joke. The reason why Captain Jack is interesting is because every time they bring up his sexuality, it's interesting. It's a different scenario. It's well written. It's funny. If you get what I'm saying, it's to do with the way it's written. It's to do with the execution.
Did you notice that they only talked about Jack being gay once, or pansexual? That was in his second episode.
In Dr. Dances or Boomtown?
Yeah, when Rose and the Doctor talk about it.
Oh yeah.
That's pretty much it. That's all they mention in terms of dialogue. That he's pansexual.
Yeah. But it's more so like
they didn't hammer it down into our throats You know,
Yeah. And
it was very natural.
Also, might I add, like I can't speak for everyone because I know that there's some people that don't like Bill, but on the whole, like outside of the repetitive stuff where they had to remind us every episode, I would say from what I've seen from the reception, a lot of people actually really liked Bill's character. And it wasn't really to do with the sexuality thing, it was more just to do with who she was as a person and her story. And the writing, so where's this coming from?
Yeah, every point he's made about comparing 2 points of political aspects of the show, he completely ignores the actual context and the executions of those things. It's actually
very,
so dumb.
Very surface level as he's taking it.
It's so surface level.
Hit the fan and go insane. Why is there a double standard? Why can Captain Jack be a fine and okay character who's not agenda pushing, yet Bill is apparently agenda pushing? She's not a...
Oh my god. I just fucking hell.
All right, I'm gonna go get something from my kitchen. Can you just entertain the audience for a little bit?
Yeah, I will. It's because Jack literally was a very, very good character and didn't have to like rest on the fact he was gay. Like Bill, I think Bill's a decent character, but the problem of the issue of her character, her constantly bringing up that she is gay when it's actually not really necessary for the actual plot and it doesn't serve anything, that can absolutely be criticised and fairly criticised. So, and it's not a double standard at all. It just isn't. It's not a double standard. So this narrative that this guy is setting up is just, God. Jack is show, don't tell. Bill was tell, don't show. Yeah, that actually is pretty much, yeah. That is spot on. Yeah, it's just I cannot believe this. Yeah, this video's... So how far into it? We're 10 minutes in, right? And there's 7 minutes to go. Oh, God, we're already like... He's made no good points. He's made no good points, and his editing has been so garbage.
I'm back.
Yay.
Did I miss anything?
I just explained how the Bill's character constantly being brought up that she's gay serves no real purpose and is completely justified in being criticised because it doesn't serve any purpose.
I mean, I would get the impression that it was meant to be comedy, and the reason why I say that is that early on when they did it the first couple of times, there was a couple of moments where I was like, oh, that's a little bit funny. But then when they did the same joke over and over and over again and didn't do anything interesting with it, that's when I got sick and tired of it, because I'm like, just fucking be creative with this. Don't just hammer down the same joke again and again. It's not going to work.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah,
She's not agenda pushing. It's not agenda pushing.
Wait, what were you saying?
And Game Troller Prime said in the chat, Jack is show, don't tell. Bill is tell, don't show.
Correct.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
To represent a gay person in media, nor is it agenda pushing to have any non-white male in any leading role. It's just a role in a TV show. Representation is incredibly important, but that is not the topic of...
I mean, in a sense, in some ways, yes, but it's not necessary. You don't have to do it. And if that's all you care about, then you're going to get very easily pleased, especially in... Oh, why's my phone going off? Jesus. Especially like in the last couple of years, a lot of people, even with all the representation there's been, people still aren't fucking happy. It's like, it gets to a point, it's like, what the fuck do you want?
I'm not as, like, interested in talking about that stuff because representation is very external.
I don't really care.
It's very external to the show.
It's very just like, I don't care.
Yeah,
care more about the stories.
I'm going to criticize an actor on their performance, so that's all.
Exactly.
That's all
I don't care.
about.
Like, if a male, female, black, white, Asian, I don't care. If you're a bad actor or a good actor, I will praise you or criticize you.
Yeah. Now, the only example where this could interrupt and I could see, definitely, probably a good time to criticize is something like when you look back on a couple of classic stories, like The Talons of Wang Chiang, for example, how that is criticized because it has a white man in yellow face playing a Chinese character. Now, that's different. That's a different kind of representation, and I do understand why there's criticism around that, because obviously yellowface is racist. But what he's talking about here is different to that. That's
He said it's incredibly important, which Game Troller Prime just said is a fucking stretch.
I mean, I think it's probably important to people like outside, like people, the viewers that want representation, yes. But in terms of the actual plot of the story, I would say the only thing that representation really adds is it adds it adds texture to the world. I will agree with that, but apart from that,
don't you find it funny how like this is a show where it shows so many different races of aliens throughout its entire history, yet people are like, it needs more representation. Like, you do realise this is a show where they go to different planets of different time periods across the universe, right?
Yeah.
It's such a weird thing to want out of this show specifically, and something like Star Wars.
I suppose it's just something that's external to the actual show. It's just people wanting representation.
Yeah, but it's not important. It's not important to detriment the writing and the stories and the characters.
Yeah, although I will say, on a personal level, I do think there is some truth to the fact that when you have a diverse cast, it makes it more visually and just overall interesting to have like a mixed crowd of different vibes, if you get what I'm saying. Like, it adds a lot of texture to the world you're in.
If you're doing like a down to earth, like I guess like into show that's not like sci-fi, for example, I'd say yeah, sure. But in a sci-fi show where we go to different planets, I don't think you get so much from that from just the different aliens you see. So I think in this show, I don't think it's important.
But also, I just want to obviously make it clear, that's not me saying we should be exclusive either. Absolutely not. Don't be exclusive. Don't just narrow it down to only having white actors. That's terrible.
No, yeah. Like, I don't care. Have the best actor for the job.
Oh, yeah.
I don't care if it's white or black or female or male. Just have a good writer and a good performer in this role, and you'll do well.
Yeah.
I generally couldn't care less.
The only thing I want the only thing that I really want to be represented is talent.
Yes, I want talent. I do not want a black person to be hired just because they're black, because I find that incredibly disrespectful to that person.
Yeah, I mean,
if someone was to say, let's make the next Doctor black because they're black, like I don't like that at all. It's so disrespectful to that person. If the person who was hired to be the Doctor was black, and they're incredible, that's brilliant.
Yeah, so for example, like someone like Idris Elba, who's a brilliant actor, if like the showrunner came out and said, I hired this person because I wanted someone to play the Doctor because of their skin color, that would be really disrespectful for Idris Elba's talent.
It's so disrespectful.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so terrible. I legitimately would hate that.
Because Idris Elba is so brilliant. And if he was cast as the Doctor, it would be because of his talent as an actor, you know? As it should be with anyone. It should be about their talent. I mean, isn't that the kind of message that Martin Luther King was talking about, was about the content of your character? Like, isn't that what it's all down to now? Can we just move past the whole idea of group identity and focus on people as individuals and what they bring to the table? You know? Anyway.
Today's video. Also, a comment that I see a lot on both my channel and all other Doctor Who channels, which genuinely is just dumb, is
Oh, good lord, a woman doctor. Oh, what will happen next?
Oh, God. What is this? What are we doing? Why are you bringing this up? Fucking 3 years later after Jodie was announced. This stupid point has been done to death. Like, I mean, no one cares. They don't like Jodie's doctor because she's not a very good doctor. It's got nothing to do with the fact she's a fucking woman. Jesus Christ.
Next. Oh, the next doctor must be a wheelchair-bound, disabled lesbian.
And then they just add a bunch of different marginalised groups onto the end of it, as if that's making some sort of intellectual and fair point. When in reality, it's just childish. Why, there's no point in being grown up if you can't be childish sometimes. Not now, bad impersonation of Tom Baker. Not now.
Well, at least he's self-aware of that.
Yeah, but the joke isn't even funny about him being self-aware. This is so shit.
There's not really much to say on that point. Just stop. It's a dead meme. It's a dead joke, and you know.
Yet you're bringing it up. Why are you bringing it up if it's a dead meme?
Why don't you focus on the stuff?
If you don't care, why are you talking about it?
Because I get the feeling he wants people that are doing that to stop doing it, or something like that.
Oh my! If you don't care, stop fucking bringing it up. It's meaningless.
It's obvious that he does care. If he didn't care, he wouldn't talk about it.
Exactly. It's like, it's so dumb. It's like
you wouldn't waste.
It's been done to death.
You wouldn't waste like 10 minutes at least of your 17-minute video talking about it if you didn't care.
He has contradicted himself quite a lot in this video.
He's like, all these things don't matter, but that's what I'm going to talk about.
Yeah. I'm not going to call you a sexist or a bigot, except I'm going to call you a sexist and a bigot. That's literally what he's done in this video.
Stop. Now, what I'm about to say is probably going to be like sacrilege to many of you, and there is going to be witch hunt
prepare
after
ourselves.
this. But look at classic Doctor Who, and look at the Chibnall era, because quite honestly, I genuinely think that the Chibnall era is basically classic Doctor Who, but with a bigger budget. It's
Okay, here we go. Now I've got something to talk about.
Here you go. He's rolled you up. Here we go.
So, okay, I've seen this on Twitter. I've seen this said before. I remember I read an article, I think it was even on What Culture, they talked about how, like, the Battle of Ranskorav Kolos was like a classic Who finale. And... people think that the Chibnall era is like classic Who because it doesn't have, like, a bad wolf and it doesn't have, you know, intense companion drama. And whilst it certainly doesn't have that, that does not mean that it is like classic Who. One key difference between Classic Who and the Chibnall era is the length of the stories. The reason why Classic Who stories are longer is because they are self-contained, and they have to have time to tell their stories. Whereas the Chibnall era, the episodes are still 45 minutes, which was a structure that was created by Russell T Davies to benefit the style of storytelling he was doing with the whole overarching character drama and also the demands of modern TV, and having a few two-parters as well. Whereas the problem with the Chibnall era is he's gone backwards in the sense that, whilst, you know, there was Spyfall and Ascension were two-parters, for the most part, especially Series 11, there's still one-part stories. And even then, they are still, like, the way they're written and the way they are presented are still very New Who. Even if they don't have the, you know, the bad wolf or, you know, the character drama stuff. But arguably they still do. it's not like Classic Who because it doesn't have that serialized anthology format to it. It's still very New Who. And one very key difference for me personally between the Chibnall era and Classic Who is Classic Who is really, really fun to watch. And I'm not just talking about, like, the peak of it, I mean the whole thing. There obviously there's some parts of it that aren't good, but for the most part, Classic Who is really fun to watch. It's a really charming, well-written, creative, beautiful show, and the long-term storytelling allows you to explore worlds, build, and just create these concepts and develop them fully into these big, plots. Whereas the Chibnall era isn't that. It's lifeless. The plots are underdeveloped, the characters are underdeveloped, the stakes are low and they're boring, and it's not like Classic Who. It isn't. It just isn't like Classic Who at all. It's a stripped back version of New Who is what it is. So yeah, that's my ramble.
Classic Who. Now, what do I mean by this? Because that doesn't really make sense on its own. New Who is a very distinctive style, and it's very different to the way of classic Doctor Who. Even just the Doctor as a character is incredibly different to his Classic Who counterpart. Jodie's Doctor fits into the classic era quite well, actually, and I mean, so do the companions. Even if you look at the first ever series of the show, all the way back to 1963, we...
There are 4 main characters, therefore it is the same. Okay. Oh boy. Let me explain something. One of the biggest differences between the first Doctor and the 13th Doctor, right? Because a lot of people will say, oh, well, we didn't know anything about Jodie's Doctor in Series 11, and we didn't know anything about the first Doctor in Season 1, 2, and 3 either. He's a mystery too. The difference is the first Doctor is actually interesting because you don't know what he is. He's an enigma. The problem is Jodie Whittaker isn't an enigma. She's not a mystery. It's just that she doesn't have much of a character, so there's no hook. Well, there is a hook for some people, but in the sense of there isn't anything that's being hidden from us about her. There isn't anything that's extra to her. There's nothing that we're not seeing from her. In Series 11 at the very least. She's just a generic character. Whereas the first Doctor, there's a lot under the surface. There's a lot that's being hidden from us. There's a lot of questions we have about him. That's one of the biggest differences. And also, in regards to the companions, what is so different about Ian, Barbara and Susan compared to Yaz, Ryan and Graham is that the stories are like 6 episodes long. So you have the time to flesh out these characters. You have the time to develop them as these fully formed people, whereas you don't get that with Ryan, Yaz and Graham. Like, we're 2 seasons in and I feel like I barely know them, whereas Ian and Barbara stayed for 2 seasons and I know so much about these characters. I can tell you so many things about them and who they are and what their traits are and what they would do in certain situations. It's massively different.
We have the Doctor.
Like, honestly, if Marco Polo was 45 minutes, it would be so much different to what it is as a 7-parter. Yeah. Ugh.
But it's 4 characters, so
an alien who didn't have much of a bond with his 3 companions.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Have you seen The Edge of Destruction?
It's because Hudno is old.
Oh my god. The Edge of Destruction, in that episode, this is the 3rd story, by the way, this comes right after the Daleks. In that story...
We must destroy the old to make the new look good.
In that story, the Doctor has conflict with Ian and Barbara because he blames them for the TARDIS breaking. And then at the end of the story, he apologizes to Barbara because he treated her badly. And they grow a friendship, a connection, to when you see them in something like the Aztecs. He's contesting with her about time and how he understands time, but she is immoral as a history teacher, and he contends with Ian about science, and there's the personal connection, and by the time that they leave in the chase, he doesn't want to show it, but he's heartbroken because he's grown to be their friends, even though at first he kidnapped them because he didn't want to get caught by the police. Oh man, this he's completely wrong. And oh my,
he's so wrong.
Also, are you saying he doesn't have a fucking connection with his granddaughter? Like,
no, he didn't care. Did he forget the farewell for her? What episode was that? What story was that?
Dalek Invasion of Earth.
Yeah. Oh, does he just forget that exists?
You are my grandchild and always will be. Oh, man. This is terrible.
Destroy the past. Kill it, if you have to.
The first Doctor's connection to Ian and Barbara is one of the strongest in the show. It's oh my god. This is terrible.
You had 3 companions, 2 of whom were from contemporary Earth. It kind of is the same thing, even more so when you look at probably my favourite era of Classic Who, the Peter Davison era.
Oh, of course that's your favourite era. Of course it is.
Whoa. And he specifically pulled up a picture of the season 19 TARDIS team as well.
I know.
Which is one of the weakest of all time.
Oh my god.
I mean, to be fair, Nyssa and Adric... Adric I suppose is a bit of it, but like Nyssa especially was about as underdeveloped in the TV show as the Chibnall team was, to be fair, and a lot of that had to do with the overcrowding, but that doesn't mean it's a good thing. Like, it was...
No.
That's a problem, and that's why when Big Finish picked them up, Davison and Nyssa, they did a lot of stories with just them that took place in between Time Flight and Arc of Infinity when they were just them, and developed on that because that was something that was missed out because they knew that it was a problem, and yet Chris Chibnall chose to have 3 companions, and the stories in the Chibnall era are even shorter than they are in the Davison era. Also, very interesting choice to have your favorite era of Classic Who be the Davison era. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Era. You have a young blonde Doctor.
This is getting ridiculous. Oh, these comparisons are so stretched.
The colour of their hair.
That makes it the same. Jesus Christ, this is hilarious. Oh my.
I went on a whole tangent earlier in this podcast about why I like Peter Davison's Doctor and what I find interesting
we
about
literally talked about how we actually do really like his Doctor.
It's not...
Yeah, he's bringing up... Oh my god.
It's not to do with the colour of his hair.
No, that makes it good though.
Honestly, if we were talking about like skin colour, he could get cancelled for this.
Yeah, because he should be cancelled because he's talking about hair colour.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose...
He's being hairist.
Jesus. You're going to say they're similar because they're both blonde. I mean, if you're going to be smart, you should go down the route of they are both passive. That would actually make more sense, rather than they're both
Yeah, that
blonde.
would make more sense.
Oh, my word. Jeez.
Once again, doesn't have a massive relationship or any romantic connection to their companions, you then have...
But, like, most doctors don't have a romantic connection with their
the only
companions.
the only doctors the doctor that did was 9 and 10.
Well, I mean, River Song as well, to be fair.
And 11, well,
yeah. 12 with River Song. And it's been confirmed that the Clara relationship was meant to be romantic as well.
Ugh. That's disgusting.
Yeah, and I suppose if you want to count the rape scene, Amy Pond. And also, if you want to believe the Timeless Children about Time Lord DNA, I suppose that would also confirm it. Oh, dear. Poor Rory.
Poor Rory.
Anyway,
his argument, because
here's another thing.
That the dog has blonde hair and 3 companions.
Here's also the thing. He's talked about how he doesn't have much of a relationship with his companions. The difference is Peter Davison's Doctor is contended with his companions, especially Adric and Tegan. They are contending with him. There's conflict. He can't control them. Whereas Jodie and the fam, for the most part, never really argue about anything. They just follow in her lead.
They don't even really have real conversations.
That's why something like The Haunting of Villa Diodati was so fucking brilliant and a breath of fresh air.
Because we actually got
because they actually had an argument about something. I mean, if you look at Series 1, and this is a point that Molly Marsh from Galactic Yo-Yo made on the video that she was on with Jay on that thing that they did recently. If you look at Series 1, in almost every single episode, the Doctor and Rose have an argument about something, and it leads to drama. Whereas you look at...
Tell me who you are!
Yeah, and then you look at, I'm Quite Dead, when they're talking about dead bodies, and the morality around whether or not you can use them as a host. I mean, okay.
Game for Crimes just said, wait, Missy kissed her dad in dark water. Because the Doctor is the timeless child.
Wait, what?
Missy kissed Capaldi in dark water.
Yeah.
Because of Capaldi, he allowed... he was the first Time Lord. He could regenerate.
Yeah, but how is the Doctor the Master's dad?
Because they wouldn't have... I'd imagine that a lot of people wouldn't live for as long. I don't know. I think it's a weird one. It's a funny joke, but
I was more talking about how now because of the timeless children, the only possibility for River's father is that it's the Doctor.
Yeah.
And I don't think Chris Chibnall realised that when he did that, and it's really awkward.
No, he didn't. Yeah. So as if he didn't think about the consequences of, the canon.
Yeah. Anyway.
Have 3 companions. Now, you have Adric and Turlo who kind of switch places, but yeah. Now, I want to have 3 companions. Now, you have Adric and Turlo.
Are you on 1238?
12:30. No, I'm not. I'm on 12:33.
Oh shit! Hang on. 12:22. Are you on 12:22?
Yep.
All right.
To Davison era, you have a young blonde Doctor who once again doesn't have a massive relationship or any romantic connection to their companions. You then have 3 companions. Now, you have Adric and Turlo who kind of switch places, but yeah. Now, I want to preface this with I absolutely love classic Who and the Chibnall era, and this isn't meant to diminish them, but it's just the way it is. They didn't have massive character arcs and massive character development.
You're wrong.
Yeah, he's wrong.
Absolutely wrong. Look at the Doctor in the first season and compare him to the third season, and have a look at how different he is around Ian and Barbara and Ben and Polly, and you'll notice there is a massive difference, and it's because of the character development. Also look at, the third Doctor and how callous and how much of an asshole he is in season 7, and then compare that to him in season 11 when he's this big teddy bear with Sarah Jane, and then look at Tom Baker when he was completely off the walls, and then compare that to season 18 when he was depressed and ready to die, and then look at Colin Baker choking out Perry in The Twin Dilemma, and then compare that to Mind Warp when he's absolutely heartbroken that because of a misunderstanding and because he was brainwashed she ended up dying. Character development is very clearly in Classic Who. It's the same thing with the companions too, and oh my god. 7th Doctor, look at him in season 24, being a pantomime clown, and then once he meets the Daleks, he develops a chess master mentality, and he becomes manipulative, and then he starts planning what he's going to do once he meets Ace, and how, you know, there's the whole thing about him wanting to turn her into a Time Lord, and how they go, in season 26 they go into her history, and she has 3 stories in a row that target her specifically, and how he's manipulating her and stuff. It's just, how is he missing this? Peter Davison, he talked about the Peter Davison era and how it's his favorite. Fucking the 5th Doctor has a lot of character development. You look at him in something like season 19 when Tegan's tugging him around and he can't control her, and then you look at season 21 when he's become just impatient and done with the world, and he's so sick and tired of waiting around for people to be polite, and he's done with it. And by the case of Androzani, he's extremely aggressive. It's, oh my god.
Yeah.
He's just wrong. Like, just because Classic Who doesn't have intense drama doesn't mean that there isn't character development. In fact, I would argue sometimes it does have intense drama. Very intense drama. Look at the Brigadier's first appearance in the Web of Fear, and how he was a suspect for a murder mystery, and he captured the Doctor, held him at gunpoint, and then look at, like, later on, compare that to Battlefield when he sees the 7th Doctor, and it's like they're old friends and looking back at all their great times together. Like, character development is there in spades. Just because the Jodie era doesn't have much of it, and because you don't think that Classic Who doesn't have much of it, doesn't mean that you can't have it. You absolutely can have it. It doesn't mean you have to have it, but to say that it doesn't have it when it does is wrong, because it does have development. And even then, why wouldn't you want to have character development? Isn't that one of the most compelling things about storytelling? Why the fuck would you not want to have character development? Are you stupid?
Yeah. Okay, he fucking said, he thinks he that's his favourite era of the show, yet will say there's no character development from it. What a fucking weird statement.
Character development is the best thing about the 5th Doctor.
Yeah. From the little bit I've seen, he, like, the stuff he does have in terms of development is actually really, really interesting. That's why I'm very much looking forward to watching Case of Androzani eventually.
Earthshock, Mordrin Undead, Snake Dance, the 5 Doctors, Resurrection of the Daleks, the Case of Androzani. It's all there. I don't understand them. I don't understand them.
The closest we got was Turlo and the Black Guardian.
You're gonna fucking talk about Turlo, of all people, in regards to character development? Are you serious? I mean, I understand.
This is such a great video, though. Such a great video.
I understand why he's thinking this, because, like, Turlo, in Mordrin Undead, he is told by the Black Guardian to kill the Doctor, and then by the end of the Black Guardian trilogy, he overcomes this and breaks free of the Black Guardian and becomes a companion. So I think this is why he thinks it's character development and other things aren't, because it's so obviously written into the story at surface level. But he's wrong. Turlo is not the only person in Classic Who that has character development. It's just ludicrous to think that. Absolutely ludicrous.
I mean, the other characters sort of just came and went, and it's very similar to how Chibnall...
And that's your favourite era of the show? If that's what you think that is? How can that be your favourite era if you literally are saying there's no character development?
But there is! That's the thing!
Exactly, he's wrong about that, but he believes there isn't, yet thinks it's his favourite era of the show. What is wrong with you? What is your standards? Do you just love shit Do you love shit episodes and no character development? Even when there is character development, and you just think there isn't?
And this should be obvious to him. The Doctor regenerates, and the character changes and develops. How could you miss that?
Oh my god!
Oh, Christ!
What is this? What is this? What is his argument?
Bites,
What is he
Graham,
actually fucking
Ryan, and
arguing?
Yaz. They stick around for the episode. There's probably one too many of them to properly develop throughout the course of a series. Is that really a problem? Because...
Yes, it is! It's absolutely a problem, you fucking idiot! If you think a lack of character development is not a problem, you do not understand how fucking stories work. That generally pisses me off if you actually think that a lack of character development can actually be a good thing, or isn't actually bad. Like, holy shit! That is such a terrible standard to have in stories. If you actually argue that, you're actually stupid. And look, I'm sure you're a nice guy and all, but fuck me, your standards are so low.
So he likes it when there isn't character development. Is that what he's trying to say?
I think what he's trying to say is, like, even if there's no character development, it's still good and it's not bad.
Ugh.
He doesn't care if there isn't character development.
Firstly, he's missing the point of when there is character development, because there is in Classic Who. And secondly, how is it not stagnating when there isn't character development? There's a very specific thing that Jake said in the review of The Idiot's Lantern, is that when he watches the show, he wants to be learning things and he wants to see things evolve. And the biggest problem he had was with The Idiot's Lantern, was it felt like he was just watching people do things and he wasn't learning anything. And this is why character development's important, because we're constantly learning about these people. Ah. God.
Because a lot of the people who complain at Chibnall's era adore Classic Who. They're the same thing.
No, they're not.
They're not.
They're not the same thing at all. You fucking... Oh my god.
God, if Lord...
How dare you?
Honestly...
How dare you?
Honestly, I wish Dylan was here. He would rip this guy.
Oh, he would blow a bagpipe right now. Like, holy shit, to actually think that the Chibnall... I'm sorry, the Chibnall era is fucking garbage. If you think it's on the same ilk as the Classic Who, you're actually dumb. This is the real toxic fandom.
He is doing a disservice to Classic Who to say that.
He is literally... He said earlier that I'm not trying to diminish Classic Who, except he's exactly doing that. That's exactly what he's doing.
26 years of brilliant character development, it didn't happen. It was just people...
Pretty much most consistent character stuff and, good stories for decades. It was, like, consistently good for decades.
I mean, literally...
2 seasons of Chibnall Who? That's the same.
In the first story, An Unearthly Child, when they go to the caveman times, the Doctor tries... He was about to kill a caveman with a rock, and Ian sees him, and he thinks better of it. And then in the last story of Classic Who Survival, the Doctor is about to kill the Master with a rock, in a similar fashion, and then he thinks better of it, and that's like... The whole point of that is meant to be like, oh, look at the character development, And even though it's a very on-the-nose sort of fan servicey reference, like, it's just one example of it,
Yeah. This actually might be the worst video we've covered.
In terms of
like literally completely misunderstanding the entire show. He is literally saying that Classic Who is the same as the Chibnall era. This is fucking... This is so dumb.
Like, Arachnids in the UK is a retelling of a classic Who story.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
One's good, well written, one isn't. Stop making this fucking stupid argument. You've not given any examples as to why. You've not referenced anything to even support your argument.
Did you know
You've just said it's oh no, it's the same.
By this guy's standard, I could be like, oh, the Chibnall era is the same as Big Finish because the Haunting of Villa Diodati is a retelling of the Silver Turk. It's not. It's not the same thing.
God.
Chibnall
This
era
is worse-
is closer to classic
this is worse
Who
than the Clara
than New
video
Who
or
is to
Cancel
classic Who.
Geeks
And
new
yes, you
ranking.
can make the fair argument of classic Who was a product of its time, and
Or maybe it was just fucking well written. Maybe that's why. Are you actually making that? Oh, but it's old. Mate, I fucking watched Earthshock. It's stellar. It does not feel like a product of its time. It's actually very, very, very well made. Just because it's old does not mean it's a product of its fucking time. It's the same argument when people say that's the that Tobey Maguire Spider-Man films are a product of their time. One and two are fucking brilliant. This whole product of their time thing is fucking bullshit.
I mean, if you're talking about, like, stylistically product of their time, Spider-Man 3, aside from the surfboard scenes, it actually looks really good, even by today's standards.
For the most part, yeah, it looks alright, yeah. Spider-Man 2 looks great.
It's not about
Oh yeah, Game
product.
Trawler Prime, but Game Trawler Prime's just pointing out. So wait, how is this proving that the fans are killing Doctor Who?
I don't know.
Well, maybe in a way because he's a fan, he's fucking killing Classic Who
It's certainly
by trying to diminish it.
Oh my god. I mean, there's that thing on Twitter going through where you like vote to see for which companion you want out next and all that. And you look at that page and all the Classic Who companions, and you look at that and be like, no, none of those had character development except for Turlo.
Oh god,
ridiculous.
at the time you didn't have all this character dynamics and stuff, but
You
still
fucking did, though! Oh my god.
Empire is the Last Jedi.
My god.
Yeah, he's gone off way off his original point.
What do you...
I can't believe this.
What do you...
This actually, honestly, I do think this might be the worst video we've covered. Because he's completely misunderstanding and misrepresenting the Classic Who as a whole. He's literally saying there's no character development. And because that the Jodie era doesn't, that makes it good as Classic Who as well. That's fucking so dumb.
if you can love and enjoy classic companions who never really got that much development and just sort of came and went, then what's stopping you from enjoying the...
Are you dumb? Are you actually... Do you lack brain cells? Because I'm generally worried that you don't know how to pay attention to stories.
Okay, let me give you an example of a companion that doesn't change all that
break
much.
it.
That he
Break it down.
He has development in terms of his relationship with the Doctor, but if we're strictly speaking personality-wise, a character who's very similar from the way he starts to the way he ends is Jamie McCrimmon. And yes, his personality doesn't evolve that much. He's the same loyal character that he is the whole way through, although he definitely butts heads of the Doctors at some point, especially Evil of the Daleks. But the thing is, the reason why people love Jamie is because he's a brilliant character. He's so
even just from the
endearing.
one story I'm seeing him in Enemy of the World, I really do like Jamie.
Jamie has such a loving and deep friendship with the Doctor, despite the fact that he doesn't really know that much about him. He has such a respect for the Doctor as a person, and they have so much chemistry. Fraser Hines and Patrick Troughton has some of the best chemistry on screen ever in this show. And the character of Jamie, he's so interesting. He's a Scottish Highlander, and he's physically strong, and he's not mentally complex, but he has morals, and he's so funny, and the way he's written to the stories, like, you always understand where Jamie's coming from. Like, when Jamie presents, like, his sort of simple-minded point of view on everything, you can see why. And then you see his dynamics with Victoria, how they have, like, a subtle romance that, like, leaves at a bit of heartbreak when she has to exit. And then you get the sort of brother-sister relationship he has with Zoe, and how they bond. And it's... he's a great character. He's so well written, so well acted. And the reason why people love Jamie and they're not big on someone like Ryan or Yaz is because they're not well written and they're not interesting. They're really bland characters. It's just ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Presence of Graham, Ryan and Yaz. Obviously, they do have bits of character, like Graham and Ryan, whole grandfather arc, and Yaz as a police officer, that sort of thing. But it's not the focus of the story, and that's not the style Chibnall goes for. Russell T Davies was very, very heavily character-focused.
Yes, he was. He was very heavily character-focused, but the thing that I disagree with here is that I get the feeling that Chibnall is kind of character-focused, especially when you get stuff like Series 11 with Graham and Ryan and the Grace situation. That is very character-focused. So to say that Chibnall isn't character-focused is actually wrong, because sometimes he is, definitely.
He tries to
this
be
interpretation of the
character-focused,
show
but it just
takes a
doesn't
more
work.
classic approach of exploring the sci-fi and the messaging of the episode.
But it doesn't even do that at all, because the stories aren't that long.
It doesn't do it well.
The stories aren't that long.
No.
And as we've said, a lot of the writing is very surface level. It's not really an exploration, to be fair. It's more just like an adventure, a brief adventure that takes you up to a place and things happen, and like you get the occasional good episode and all that, but it's not really like Classic Who, because Classic Who is far more expansive than the Chibnall era. It's got far more time to develop its plot and its characters, so they're not the same.
Rather than the characters, and that's not explicitly a bad thing. You're well within your right to say you don't like that as much as the character side of things, which is completely fair enough, because that's a genuine critique, that's a genuine opinion. All I'm saying is, don't have the double standard of...
Do you know, problem with the actual characters and stories? He's dressing up as like, oh, well, if you don't like it, that's just subjective. You can not like that, but it's subjective.
Also, how are the fans ruining Doctor Who? I'm baffled. I don't know where he's going with this.
I really don't understand this video.
Is it just?
I don't understand it.
Is it just a clickbait title?
It seems like a clickbait title.
Ugh.
This seems like such a half-assed video.
Classic Who's perfect, but Chibnall's Who isn't. Because
Classic Who is not perfect. No one said that, and no one said that.
No one said it is perfect.
Look at this. Look. Okay, The Haunting of Villa Diodati is a far better story than the Space Pirates. All right, and most people will admit that. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not completely black and white.
That does then not make the era better.
They are
the
very, very
because that's
similar.
not how it works.
Also, it's not like all of these Chibnall ideas are completely, shockingly new and have never been talked about before. Like the Cartnell master plan thing, the Doctor, the Seventh Doctor, way back, was originally supposed to be the Other. Now, that isn't too dissimilar to the time.
Oh. God, I had a bad feeling he was going to do this. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew Cartmel himself, the man behind the Cartmel master plan, has come out and said that he doesn't like the Timeless Child, and the reason why is that, yes, the similarity is that it's adding this, thing to the Doctor's past, but the difference between the Cartmel Master Plan and the Timeless Child is the Cartmel Master Plan was done to add mystery to the character. It's done to add texture to the character. The reason why is that Andrew Cartmel thought it would be a good idea to do this so that you would ask more questions about who the Doctor is, to bring the show back to where it was in its early days, to where, you are suspicious of the Doctor and his past and what's going on there. Whereas the Timeless Child doesn't do that at all. The Timeless Child isn't a mystery, it's a confirmation of lore. It's just stating what had happened in the past, and that is completely different from the Cartmel Master Plan in its purpose. And he's going to say this, but it's the same because it's tackling the same issue. Again, that's all surface level. To say that it's all down to what it's saying, it being the same, is completely surface level. Just have a think about this stuff more than just the surface level crap.
But all opinions, it's all subjective, Connor. So it's all subjective. Sharp.
Well,
don't come at me with my opinion. You're toxic.
But even then, Andrew Cartmel doesn't like the Timeless Child.
Yeah.
In his opinion.
I mean, pretty much everything he said in this video is like, it can be completely disproven by just like, you can reference it and you can absolutely disprove it. Like, he is wrong. He is just straight up wrong about literally most of the things he said in this video.
The Cartmel Master Plan makes the Seventh Doctor an interesting character. The Timeless Child does not make the 13th Doctor interesting at all. Because she doesn't...
No, it's really shit.
Because it doesn't affect her. Really?
It doesn't change her in any way.
No. I mean, they might...
It's like, it's not going to be important.
And
so
again,
poor.
something that from that video that Jay was in recently, Council of Geeks said that in Series 13, they have to have a lasting impact of this on her. Because if it doesn't, then there was no point in doing it. If it doesn't
right now there's no point to anything.
If the Timeless Child does not impact her character at all and develop it, then there was absolutely no point in doing it. Because the purpose of doing it is to give context to something that will impact a character. It's not about confirming shit. It's about what's something that I can do with the story that will change this character and make the story interesting. That's why they do stuff like this. That's why Andrew Cartmel did that. If you're not going to capitalize on that, then you're wasting everything. It's not the same.
The Doctor created Gallifrey, blah, 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 all that stuff. And Sidney Newman, back in the Tom Baker era, suggested to the BBC that they should have a female Doctor. Even the Morbius Doctors, all of these things, they aren't strictly new ideas.
I mean, yeah, but to be fair, most of those weren't in the show. They never actually did those ideas. But even if they did, I can guarantee you they'd probably execute it way better than Chibnall did.
Well, the Morbius Doctors was it's like a mystery.
It's not clear.
I mean, in the script they stated that it was meant to be regenerations of the Doctor before Hartnell, but it's still it's not. The point of it is meant to be mystery, not confirmation, and that's the difference.
Yeah.
They're not the same thing.
It's so dumb.
If the brain of Morbius was revolved around confirming that the Doctor had regenerations before Hartnell, and then Tom Baker said, "Oh, well, that's a bit of fun trivia," and then walked away to the Seeds of Doom, it would be stupid. But that's not what the story's about. The story's about a Time Lord in the story who has a conflict with the Doctor about something, and a monster's created and the story's out of it, and you get the Sisterhood of Khan, who, again, they're an addition to the lore, but they create a conflict in the story. And it's ugh! That's the whole point. That's the whole point of having lore. It's to impact the characters and the plot. It's not about
Yeah, so
confirming.
it's meant to enhance. It's meant to enhance the world. It's all world building as well.
Answering questions is not the reason why we get invested in these characters. It's because of how these questions impact these characters. The reason
It's not about the journey. No, it's not about the destination. It's about the journey.
The reason why the twist at the end of the Parting of the Ways of Bad Wolf being Rose works is because of the impact it has on the characters, not because of the confirmation. It's not the confirmation of her being Bad Wolf that's the brilliant part. It's what comes of it. It's what the twist does to the story and the characters. That's why it's brilliant. And the Timeless Child doesn't have that impact at all.
They've been around for a long time. They are not just things to push an agenda, so don't believe the people who say that. Also, another note I thought of while editing the video, the first Doctor's character in Twice Upon a Time is always complained about as being too caricature, too sexist, and making these sexist jokes.
I mean,
her place could do with a good dusting. Obviously, Polly isn't around anymore.
Please, stop saying things like that.
Yet, The Five Doctors does the exact same thing with Richard Hurdnall playing the First Doctor.
Now look, young lady, make yourself useful. This young fellow looks as though he needs some refreshment, and I know that Susan and I do too.
Hang on a minute.
Tegan, I'll humour him. You know, I sometimes...
Why does comparing two things from different eras of the show justify it?
I don't know. No, but
I've never in my life heard someone say that action from Richard Hurdnall's First Doctor was a good thing. I've never heard that.
No one's ever said that. No one's talked about it, but it doesn't make it good.
And honestly, Richard Hurdnall's First Doctor is actually a little bit out of character. So
yeah, isn't it known like he was actually not very good?
No, I would say his performance was quite good. I would say for the most part he does play the First Doctor fairly well.
I hear a lot that people do have just slight problems with it. It's not overall like great. I never hear anybody say that.
The issue with his portrayal is it's a little bit too senile, and it's not.
That's what I always hear. Yeah,
it doesn't have the same magic that Hartnell had. Like, because Hartnell's Doctor is very mysterious. He's quite interesting, whereas Hurdnall's was more of just an old man, and he still plays the role, but it's a little bit off, and that's natural. That's going to happen with the recasting. But the difference, like, it's. The problem with David Bradley's First Doctor and Richard Hurdnall's to an extent too, the biggest problem with that is the fact that it's not an accurate portrayal of the First Doctor. It's not to do necessarily with the content of what they're doing. It's the fact that the portrayal isn't accurate. It's not the same character. And the First Doctor is a really mysterious, enigmatic traveller who is has so many different character nuances, and David Bradley's First Doctor is an old fart. Like, he's a really just crass old fart who makes bad jokes.
Yeah.
And saying
I just don't. No one praised the Hartnell stuff in Twice Upon a Time, and I doubt people would praise this moment in Five Doctors. So I don't know why he's bringing it up. It's so weird.
Saying that it's the same as Classic Who does not mean it's good.
No.
It's also saying it's the same as Classic Who wouldn't mean it's bad either. It's just the same. But what is that? What relevance does that have? And even in that, and some of the comparisons he's been making in this video, they're not even the same about the character development.
Apart from the Doctor being blonde.
The Doctor being blonde.
touchy.
He makes these sexist comments, and the Fifth Doctor goes, "Oh, you can't say that anymore." It's the same joke, just retold. If it
And you think we wouldn't have a problem with both?
But the Hartnell Doctor wasn't sexist though.
Yeah, the Hartnell Doctor wasn't.
Patrick...
The only thing he mentions was like the reference to like the smart bottom thing.
But the smack bottom thing in Dalek Invasion of Earth is about, it's more to do with the fact that it's his grandchild misbehaving. It's like a whole...
Yeah.
It's more to do with like, if it was like a male grandchild, it would be the same thing. It's more to do with just like disciplining your younger, your youngers when they're misbehaving.
Mm-hmm.
God. The First Doctor is not a sexist. I don't understand where this comes from.
I don't understand.
Also, look how similar David Bradley looks to William Hartnell in that. That's scary. They have like the same eyes. Although David Bradley's much older. If you like look at David Bradley and Richard Hurndall and you like combine them together, they make up William Hartnell in a way.
Yeah, I'd say so.
wasn't agenda pushing then, why is it agenda pushing now? I think that does wrap up today's ramble and rant, etc. So if you did enjoy, remember to like, comment, subscribe. At the end of the day, Doctor Who is a show which is beloved by thousands of people across the globe. And whether you love it, whether you hate it, whether you enjoy the Chibnall era or not, just as the 12th Doctor says, be kind, just be kind.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
God,
you fucking idiot.
His other videos look really clickbait as well. Identity of the woman revealed.
And in the end, but fucking this whole is like, be kind for the 12 Doctors wear. It's like, fuck you. Just fuck off. You didn't make a single good point in this video.
Thanks for watching. Remember to like, comment, subscribe. Goodbye.
Don't forget to click below.
Subscribe to the confused adipose.
Don't subscribe to this person because this was a shit video. Fucking hell. What did we just fucking watch?
Oh.
That is just... Oh my god. So what was the point of this video?
He never once mentioned about Chibnall isn't killing Doctor Who, the fans are.
He didn't talk about the actual title. He just went over points that have already been done, but then also made terrible comparisons and also made terrible arguments that have nothing to do with what he was bringing up. And also was trying to diminish Classic Who to make the Chibnall era look better than it actually is.
Oh dear. He's very surface level.
It's so bad.
None of this was in context, it was all just surface level.
He kept making arguments that made no sense.
And it's no fucking wonder why he likes the Chibnall era, because it's all fucking surface level. Oh.
But at the beginning of this video was like, if you don't like the Chibnall era, you're not a sexist or a bigot or whatever, except you're a sexist and a bigot because you're hypocritical. Does he not understand what the fuck he was saying in this video? God, that is one of the worst videos I've ever seen.
You say this every time.
Because it gets worse. I actually thought this wouldn't have been the worst video we covered. It just would be bad. But generally, this was just terrible because he didn't make a single good argument. Also, you're showing you uploading something on the stream.
Yeah, sorry. Wasn't meant to do that. There we go. Is it fixed?
It hasn't. changed yet, so eventually will if you've done it.
I think I have, yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, what? Did he actually, no, legitimately, did he actually make a single good point?
They're both blonde.
I'm glad he has eyes. But clearly he doesn't have attention span because he didn't think that Classic Who companions have actual character development.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that video was just straight up.
That's just insulting to Classic Who, honestly. That's insulting. His fucking favourite classic Doctor is Peter Davison, who had so much character development. Ugh.
Yeah, there's some comment. There's a comment on his video saying that the fans aren't writing the episodes though. If you're still trying to defend the 13th Doctor's era after the Timeless Children, you're part of the problem. Yeah. Why does my phone keep going off? Jesus.
Too popular, eh?
It's not even that. It's like my fucking Siri going off.
Siri?
Well, yeah, it's a Siri-like thing because my phone's an Android, so it's whatever that version of Siri would be. But anyway.
Right. Rubbish that video was. Absolute rubbish.
It was terrible. It was actually really bad. But guys, it's all subjective. Like, legitimately, if I could literally show this to people who are like, no, but it's all subjective. I'm like, are you really going to tell me that art is purely subjective when this guy says these things?
I mean, I suppose this is an interpretation of Classico, isn't it?
That there isn't character development.
Except for Turlo.
This is... God, it's so dumb. Again, this just debunks all of that. Because he has the... He's like, oh, but it's his interpretation. It's like, he literally got so much wrong. He completely misunderstood Classic Who and tried to diminish it because he thought the Chibnall era is the same.
No, it's just his opinion. Zaz?
Yeah, his opinion's fucking wrong. He can have his opinion, but it's wrong.
It's certainly...
He only brought up, like, references to arguments that were already done, but when he had to actually do that for, like... You know, like, what other stuff... Like, when he talked about, like, Jack, for example, he didn't bring up any references like, oh, but these are the same, and people like one or the other.
It's like, oh, Jack's gay and Bill's gay.
Yeah. He ignores the context and the execution of the stories. Like, he doesn't understand how to actually either debunk any arguments and actually go in depth with anything he actually says.
We've gained 1 subscriber during this stream.
I imagine a lot of people were scared away because of this terrible video.
Oh dear. Oh, I can't... Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I just can't believe that he thinks Classic Who and the Chibnall era are the same thing.
Yeah, that generally is shocking. That was like the most shocking part of the video for me.
Both Davison and Whittaker have lips, same character.
Yeah. Yeah, I tweeted out, Chibnall Who, I did the quote, Chibnall Who is just Classic Who with a bigger budget. He actually said that.
Wait, you tweeted that out?
Yep.
What, people are gonna fucking think you're being serious if you do that?
No, I quoted it, and then I said, did I just hear that? And I've got a face of Tom Baker being shocked.
Classic companions never really had character development. Why are we here just to suffer? Oh dear. Wow, my Paul McGann, William Hartnell one has got 699 likes. It's almost at 700. Someone go like it now so it gets to 700.
There you go, I did it.
There you go. 700 likes. Now we need 500 subs, surely. Oh my god. What a disaster. Oh, Christ. That video exhausted me. So kids, what have we learned today? Davison and Whitaker are both young and blonde. Jack and Bill are LGBT. Turlo had character development. Hartnell didn't have a connection with any of his companions.
Yes, that is what we have learnt today.
God, if Dylan heard that Hartnell didn't have a connection with any of his companions...
Well, you're going to have to send it to him so that he knows. Because he deserves to know.
Fuck.
You can just send him the clip of us reacting to that so he can understand how we just fully... God, I'm probably going to share that on Twitter when he said that and our reaction to it.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I keep saying it, but I legitimately think that might be the worst video we've covered.
Yeah, find the...
Because I think with other videos, I think that some of them at least made decent arguments, even if they weren't right. This, he just got straight up everything wrong. Nothing he said was actually right. Other than, yes, there are sexists in the world.
And the doctors are blonde.
Yes, I'm glad you pointed these things out that don't actually... And he said, oh god, the point he made was well, people were upset because the doctor's old, that's why they gave up. It's like, it was pretty much, the viewership was pretty much the same. Until, I think the end, most of Series 9 was when it really started to go downhill. So yeah, in terms of actual arguments, he didn't make a single good one.
What did Game Trailer Prime say? Sending this video to Lord Slar is the first degree assault. Oh my god. Yeah, because the Chibnall era is Lord Slar's least favourite, and the fact that fucking this guy...
He compared it.
He compared it to the Hartnell era, it will crush him.
I did not expect him to bring up Classic Who.
Neither.
Not to what he actually brought up. Because I thought he was just going to talk... Because we thought he was going to talk about the fucking title, but he never did. I thought he was going to talk about the reaction to the episodes. Jesus Christ. Well, that was fucking... Yeah, I'm sorry. If you think the Chibnall era is good, you're... No. Just... No. This is why I'm making my rages on Series 12. Because it's fucking terrible, yet people will defend it like this and bring down other episodes just because fuck you.
At least Volstrik wanting to have sex with his dog was entertaining.
Yeah, and also this video was so poorly edited. This was the worst edited thing we've watched.
All the zoom.
Yeah, this guy, and he couldn't present well. His style was off. Everything about this video was just off.
Ugh.
Jesus.
I'm gobsmacked.
I'm glad we covered it. Because, man, that needed to be That needed to be fucking ripped apart.
Oh yes. I think Dylan said he wants to come on if we do that Kill the Moon video that Harbo Hooms did.
Yeah, we'll probably do that at some point.
Yeah, I'm done with talking about Kill the Moon for a while. I had my essay on Twitter. That, as Matt said, was a very strong argument, which that's cool.
Yeah.
Oh boy, that was something. That was some trash, wasn't it?
That was big trash.
Oh wow, I saw a big shit take from Bob Rushy. He quoted my tweet and said that Paul McGann does look older than William Hartnell.
I mean, he doesn't.
He's like, the dyed hair shouldn't fool anyone. It's not just the dyed hair, look at his face.
Yeah.
Compared to, like, the wrinkles.
Mm-hmm. And probably his teeth.
Oh, yeah. One of the most jarring things about the 10th Planet is when the Doctor's doing his speech to the Cybermen, you can see he's had teeth falling out.
Yeah.
I watched The End of the World and Love and Monsters there and now. What?
I don't know what that means.
Can you elaborate, please, Dr. Gamer?
We need to watch a video that is actually good now. Well, the point of this podcast is that we cover bad videos.
I mean, not to toot horns or anything, but we did cover your Hellbent video.
True. That's the best video we've covered on EDAR.
It's a slight bit of vanity, isn't it?
I mean, do I not make good arguments? Do I not reference my arguments as well? Unlike what this person did.
We did cover the on the first EDAR on Patreon. We covered the Josh Snares breakdown of all the missing episodes, and I thought that was a brilliant video.
Yeah,
but again,
but the videos I'm talking about are like the ones where they bring up an argument.
Yeah, like the reviews,
reviews,
not because like the Josh Snares one was more like informative rather than a review. He was just talking about like strictly the facts, you know, about the missing episodes.
Yeah.
And not much really argumentative came across from that, other than just like what should be animated first. That's all. And we just like don't do the Web of Fear and Mission to the Unknown first. Do them last.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not necessarily against doing a good video. It's just,
there would have to be a reason for it.
I just don't see the point. Like, it would just be.
Yeah. Because what we're trying to do is try to like debunk arguments that people bring up about Doctor Who that are not very well constructed, and we're meant to sort of give the reason as to why not only the person is doing poor arguments, but what is actually either good or bad about an aspect of the show.
Yeah, because if we were watching a video that we actually like really liked, a lot of it would just be us watching it and going.
We'd just be watching it.
Yeah, and it's like, what would be the point?
So
of doing
that? Yeah, exactly. I don't see the point of doing that. Because what we've just done, we've covered a video for just over 2.5 hours. And we just went over how he just didn't make any good points.
I think
every point he did make was contradictive.
For it to be like a positive video, it would have to be a situation like your Hellbent video, where it's something to talk about and pause for, you know, and add on to. It would have to be a situation like that for us to cover a video that we actually like the Josh Snares one, because there was stuff to talk about with that. You know?
Yeah.
because I would be open to talking about videos that I like.
Yeah.
One thing that, you haven't seen the latest, because wasn't it on the EDAR Mini we covered the one when with Mr. TARDIS and he was talking about Sacha Darwin's master?
Yes.
Yeah. I suppose we could cover the other one as well. I'm not sure. It's quite long though, I don't think, which that could be a problem. That could be a problem.
Are you on about the live stream?
Yeah, the latest one was quite long, so I don't think it'll probably be a bit too long.
We could probably do it at maybe another time. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to do an EDAR on a video that's like a massive long one, because I mean you could in theory, but it's just quite often we like to sort of cap it at around about sort of the half-hour mark, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Wait, did he take it off his channel?
What did he take off?
Or is it not on his channel? Is it on somewhere else?
Why? What video on about?
Oh wait, no, it's the other JXE channel. It's the, what is it, Lord of Milk?
Yeah, it's his stream archive channel.
Empress of Milk, that's it. Yeah, it's an hour and 20 minutes. That'd be way too long.
Yeah, that's very, very long.
Oh god, how privileged are we according to BuzzFeed? 5 hours. Jesus Christ. Thanos is an amazing father to Gamora. Screen rant. Oh my word. But yeah, I recommend all of you check out the Jay and WhoTube discuss how to fix Chibnall Who. It was a very interesting video. There were some difference of opinions all around the board, but it was a very civil discussion. I thought they all handled it really well. And yeah, it was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
It's also interesting for me to see Molly Marsh on screen, because usually I only hear her in a podcast format. Yeah. Right. I'm just going to check the comments again to see if we can... To be fair, that pic of Paul McGann is probably old. It's from the last, 5 years, which still is technically the same age or older than what Hartnell was when playing the role. And even if you look at Paul McGann pictures from, last year or this year, he still looks relatively young for 60.
Yeah, yeah.
When you look at pictures of him from conventions, he's still not old.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing Connor react to that bit on EFAT where they shit on Love and Monsters. Well, I've already seen that. I edited the last year's Advent Calendar intro whilst watching that EFAP episode. So I've already seen that. I've already seen that one.
Plus, that was funny.
It was funny. That was hilarious. Oh, they just watched Into the World and Love and Monsters. That's what they were saying.
Yeah, alright.
Both episodes I'm a big fan of.
Yeah, they're pretty good, for the most part.
Really good. Prostitute. Remember in Aliens of London when that police is like, is this a sexual relationship? Oh dear. I picked them out randomly. Okay. Well, did you enjoy them? That's the real question. Did you enjoy them? I'm just trying to think like what this guy thinks of certain Classic Who stuff, because if he really thinks that there's no character development, like what does he actually think of it?
If he thinks it's the same as the Chibnall era, then I'm really questioning what he actually thinks is good.
Well, he thinks the Green Death is the same as arachnids in the UK, which is couldn't be further from the truth.
Yeah, just wow.
Pfizer Vulcan, where that one character spends the entire time thinking Mel was Seven's sex slave. Yeah, there was a lot of weird sexual stuff with early Big Finish, I have to say. Some of it was way too far, like Necromantia was terrible. Like, there's literally a cliffhanger where one of the companions, like, gets raped. And then the character that rapes them is meant to be sympathetic.
Oh, God.
Yeah, it's one of the worst of all time. It's absolutely garbage.
Jesus.
Like, Necromantia is by far the worst Big Finish I've heard, and it's not even close. Like, in terms of what I've heard, just above that would be The Sandman, which is like a 4 out of 10, and Necromantia is like a 1 out of 10. It's not even close. Necromantia is... It's really, really bad. It was so bad that Peter Davison made sure that the writer got fired and never wrote for Big Finish again. Otherwise, it was part of the contract. Like Peter Davison said, is like, if you have this writer as part of Big Finish, I will not be part of Big Finish. That's how bad it was. I guess you've never seen a story with Ace. Yeah, exactly. Ace has some of the most character development out of any companion, not just Classic Who, but all of Doctor Who. And certainly far more than the Chibnall era companions. And she has less stories. She's only in about 9 stories.
I just looked at the thumbnail you've put for the full-length reaction to day 1. The big old sensible.
Yeah. Oh yeah, just so anyone doesn't know, the full-length reaction to Torchwood Day 1 is on Patreon, and I'm currently uploading the actual review as well, and that'll be on Patreon soon after the stream ends. And then within 12 hours, so tomorrow-ish for me, I will release Day 1 on YouTube publicly.
Uh-oh. Dylan, see my tweet.
What was your tweet?
Classic Who companions never really had any character development. So Dylan has replied saying, "Man, the only people who say that haven't seen Classic Who or maybe watched the 5 Doctors once. I'll definitely be checking out your stream later once it's finished." Oh, God. He did bring up 5 Doctors.
Yeah, he certainly did.
And Game Troller just replied, "Oddly accurate, seeing the video they are addressing."
Oh, Christ.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm confident in saying that this was the worst video we've covered. There's nothing redeeming about it. It makes it even worse because of how poorly edited and presented it was. And he's like, the way he spoke, it was just like, he did not seem confident at all with what he was saying.
Fucking Will Maddox has just put, like, a meme of Nightmare in Silver when Mr. Clever screams and he wrote suffering on it. He just like... That's the moment when he's like, they're coming, but he just made it... he just looped it. Suffering. Yeah, God, I rewatched Nightmare in Silver recently. That episode is so bad.
What episode was that again?
Nightmare in Silver.
Oh, yes.
It's awful. I honestly, at this point, I don't even know what my least favourite Cyberman story out of Nightmare in Silver and Closing Time is. They're both terrible, and I can't make up my mind.
Nightmare is like really bad.
Yeah. They're oh my God, they're just so terrible. Like, Closing Time has the worst singular moment with Craig defeating the Cybermen with the power of love. That's terrible. But then with Nightmare in Silver, it's more consistently shit. Like, it's all the way through. It's just bad, bad, bad. And it's also more heartbreaking the fact that Neil Gaiman wrote a script for that, of all people.
Yeah.
Apparently when he wrote Good Omens, a lot of it was out of anger because of how shit Nightmare in Silver was. But yeah, I think just... Oh, man. Mr. Clever. Honestly, that's Matt Smith's probably his worst acting performance in the whole show. He's really not convincing as Mr. Clever. The problem is that they're not different enough. And he doesn't pull off Hammy well for me. He's just so unconvincing. And he's not funny. Ugh. Which is really weird, because the very next episode, Name of the Doctor, his acting is actually really good in that one. Which is really weird. You definitely said it was Trenzalore. It's really disgraceful that Moffat didn't put his name on the credit for Nightmare in Silver. Like, of all episodes, he should have put like co-written by Neil Gaiman and Stephen Moffat, because he very heavily rewrote that one. But he probably didn't want to have his name on it because of how shit it was.
Yeah. It was like, no, it's all him. He wrote it. He did such a good job.
Yeah, and also, like, you know, Rob Sherman has said that, like, Stephen Moffat secretly hates Series 7, but he doesn't want to talk about it because he's not allowed to. Because the BBC didn't want him to talk about it. But Moffat himself, like, secretly talking behind closed doors with friends, has said that he doesn't like how Series 7 turned out. And he was disappointed by it. And, like, he's come out and said, like, you know, in interviews, he's like, oh, I don't think I did the best job with stuff like The Bells of St. John and The Magician's Apprentice, you know? He says, like, I didn't do my best there. So, it's like, when the writer himself says he doesn't like his own work, it's like, surely there's some validity to that, you know? Robin Bland wrote Nightmare in Silver. That's a reference to Brain of Morbius, which was it was a co-write between Terrence Dicks and Robert Holmes, but neither of them wanted their name on it, so they had it credited as Robin Bland. But the difference between Brain of Morbius and Nightmare in Silver is Brain of Morbius is actually really good. The Elite has said Series 7 over Series 8. Ooh, I don't know about that.
No, Series 7 is way worse.
I watched Series 7 and 8 back to back about a year ago, I think, or maybe a couple of years ago. And I remember specifically when I watched Series 8, I was like, these scripts feel like they have so much more to them than Series 7. Like, even though there's a lot of flaws with the Series 8, I felt like I was like, yeah, these scripts definitely feel like there's way more, effort put into them in terms of, like, the writing. It feels a lot more nuanced, whereas the Series 7, it was very empty and very surface level. I mean, I really like A Town Called Mercy, and I enjoy the Crimson Horror, but for the most part, it's either average or shit. I don't really...
Name of the Doctor is a really shit finale.
You're one of the only ones that actually hates that episode that I found. I mean, I know Dylan hates it too.
I don't think there's really anything redeeming about it.
Really?
The pacing is really, really bad.
I don't know. Name of the Doctor's a weird one because I hate the Clara stuff with the Impossible Girl, but apart from that, I actually quite enjoy it. I'm not 100% sure why. It's a weird one. I think the pacing is like really, really bad. Like it feels like it takes forever to get itself going. And then once it finally gets to like the sort of climax, it's really shit. I mean, the Impossible Girl thing is shit, yeah. But I don't know. I quite enjoy the Paternoster gang in that, especially the bit where time gets reversed and Strax becomes a regular Sontaran again. That was really good. Like I said, I think it's probably one of Matt Smith's best performances. I also really like the War Doctor twist as well.
I think the ending is the only thing I like.
Yeah, and I like the Whisperman. And whilst like Richard E. Grant's Great Intelligence isn't the best villain, I think he serves the story fine. I don't really have a problem with that. River Song's part of it was interesting, the way it was like the same one that was saved into the library coming back. The only issue I really have with Name of the Doctor is the Impossible Girl. That's it, really. Apart from that, I actually quite enjoy it. But it's still...
You did say that about Time of the Doctor.
Oh, Time of the Doctor is... Oh. Yeah, but Time of the Doctor is just... Time of the Doctor fucking angers me. The only thing I like about...
You used to say it was good, though.
Oh, I used to love it. When I first watched it, I cried because I was sad with Matt Smith leaving. But then...
I cry at pretty much all Regeneration, so that's not new to me. Though I doubt I'll cry when Jodie leaves.
Yeah. I don't know.
Honestly, if I do, I think that would be credit to the writers, because they would have had to do something really good to make me care that much.
Yeah. But when I watched it again recently, like the only scene that I actually liked was the final speech with Matt Smith. That was it. Everything else was terrible. It has honestly probably some of the worst comedy in the whole show. Time of the Doctor.
Yeah, the comedy isn't very good.
The first,
fucking Matt Smith being in clothes not there, but
spanking
that whole scene
spanking Clara, and he's a Swedish boyfriend or something.
Second time.
The first 20 minutes of that story is some of the most unbearable, unwatchable comedy I've ever seen. It's terrible. And like you get like Tasha Lim, and then after that, once you transition away from the shitty comedy, it turns into this fucking pretentious bullshit about like how he's some like magical old man that defeats all the enemies, and you never see any story develop from it. It's this fucking 1,000-year thing of Daleks, Cybermen, Sontarans all going to Trenzalore, and there's no plot. It's just bullshit. It's utter bullshit. And this is meant to be like the end of the Silence arc, and it's resolved in like a conversation around a dinner table in 5 minutes. And then fucking, like, you get the crack in the wall with the Time Lords, and it's just terrible. It's so dumb. And the twist of the Doctor having a new regeneration cycle isn't interesting because everyone already knew that was going to happen because Capaldi was cast. Oh, it's just... It's garbage. It's absolute garbage. I hate how much it focuses on like the children as well. That's one of the things I hate the most about the Moffat era, is how obsessed he was with the children. Like in fucking Capaldi's regeneration speech, he's like, "Children can hear your name." Ugh. Yeah. God. Yeah, Time of the Doctor is terrible. I mean, I don't know. When I rewatch Name of the Doctor, I might change my mind, but from memory of it, I have like mixed feelings on it, and it sort of ends up around the middle, because I hate the Impossible Girl, but then everything else I kind of enjoy, and I loved the War Doctor twist, so it kind of averages out, I suppose, but it's still quite an underwhelming finale in that respect. I really like some of the ideas in it, though. Like, the idea of Trenzalore is really cool, I think. But then again, to be fair, it is kind of... It's definitely Moffat sort of making his mark on the show, where it's like, oh, this is meant to be the planet where the Doctor dies, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm because I'm kind of lukewarm on Name of the Doctor in hindsight, I'm not really that passionate to defend it. The only episode from Series 7 I would actually go out of my way to defend would be A Town Called Mercy. Apart from that, you can have at any of it. Even the Crimson Horror, the Crimson Horror I just sort of laugh at and enjoy for the stupidity it is. It's just kind of fun. But
yeah, that's fine.
Apart from just the only episode from Series 7 I would actually go out of my way to defend would be A Town Called Mercy, because I actually think that's a really good episode. And then with Series 8, it would be more than just one episode. Like Mummy on the Orient Express and Flatline are both actually really good episodes. And yeah, it's more than can be said for Series 7. I quite actually, weirdly, I might be surprised, I actually quite enjoyed Deep Breath. Even though when the first time I watched it, when it first broadcast, I wasn't a fan of it, but probably because I wasn't quite into it. Although, to be fair, Deep Breath does a really terrible moment at the very end with the phone call. You know, when Matt Smith phone calls Clara to be like, "Oh, I'm old now, but that's okay." And it's like, did you really have to do that? Like, it's the whole...
Yeah, I'm sort of mixed on Deep Breath, because I think the Clara stuff is what really annoys me, because it contradicts what she said in literally the previous episode. And so I think the entire story around Clara is actually really shit, and it really annoys me.
Her new character is very sudden, isn't it?
Yeah, there's been no build-up to it in any way.
Yeah, and it works more so as, like, if it was a self-contained story rather than as the overall story, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But again, like, that part of that is a consequence of Series 7 hanging over on Series 8, isn't it? How, like, Moffat wanted to change it, but couldn't think of a better way to do it than to just completely change it, if you know what I mean? I quite enjoy Robot of Sherwood, actually. Although it's a very non-Series 8 episode, isn't it? It's very anti-Series 8.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Robot of Sherwood's quite fun, though. I think it works well with Capaldi. Much better than it would have done if it was Smith. Into the Dalek is okay. I think it's got some really good ideas.
I think the idea is nice, but I think it could have been executed a bit better.
It's a little bit unoriginal. It's kind of a poor man's Rob Shearman Dalek. But it's probably the best Dalek story of the Moffat era, to be fair. Because the other ones are just god-awful. Like, Victory Asylum and Magician's Apprentice are...
Oh, God. Someone's just quote-tweeted my tweet. It's Lord Nimron.
Nimon.
And he said, after my Classic Who companions never really had any character development. And he's quoted saying, I mean, kinda. The only ones who got proper development were Ian and Barbara, Joe and Ace. This isn't a knock on Classic Who, by the way. I adore it. But the serialization and character development are definitely not one of its strongest suits. Oh. I'm just going to reply with a GIF. Da, da, da.
You didn't even mention the Doctor.
No. Well, I mentioned the companions. The tweet is about the companions.
True, okay. Perry Brown.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking Sarah Jane Smith. Like...
Yeah, that's bad.
Fucking...
Yeah, I've just repeated... I've replied with the shot of Tennant walking in the shot in Family of Blood over the family.
Fucking Romana had a regeneration. And completely changed.
Yeah, I'll let you deal with that tweet.
Christ. Jamie and Victoria. Jamie and Zoe. Stephen Taylor. Stephen Taylor, in The Massacre, literally walked away from the TARDIS because of how much he disdained the First Doctor's decision-making. Is that not character development?
No.
Oh, man. Oh, boy.
No other companion needed a phone call, which shows how weak-minded Clara is.
You notice how in the Crispus invasion, Rose was convinced by the new Doctor when she saw him? Like, actually being the Doctor? And didn't need the Ninth Doctor to call her, to tell her that it's still the same person? Wouldn't it be so much better if her decision to turn around and start embracing the new Doctor was fueled by her realization that it's the same person despite the fact that he's distant, rather than being called by Matt Smith, her fucking boyfriend or whatever it is? Jesus.
Yeah. This might be like the most dejected I've been after a video, because holy shit. Yeah, that entire... nothing about the video was like... It didn't enlighten me in any way. It didn't actually like do anything to change my mind. In fact, it actually made me appreciate Classic Who more. And it's made me hate the Chibnall era even more, because there are people out there who standards are so low, they think that no character development is actually good. Oh, God.
There we go, I've just replied. Stephen Taylor, Jamie, Victoria, Brigadier, Sarah Jane, Romana, Adric, Tegan, Turlo, Perry. All of these characters got character development. I'm just fucking... Oh, man. What a shit show.
Yeah.
Think about it, Hartnell didn't need to call Ben and Polly in Power. Pertwee didn't need to call Sarah Jane and Robot. Davison didn't need to call Perry in The Twin Dilemma. Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Colin Baker didn't need to call Mel in The Time in the Rani. Fucking Sylvester McCoy didn't need to call Chang Lee in the TV movie. Ugh. I think Dylan made a good point the other day. I heard him make a good point the other day about how, like, ever since Russell T Davies left the show, a lot of the show don't tell stuff has gone missing. Like, a lot of it has turned into tell don't
really
show.
Has.
And it's quite patronizing.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, it was done with Moffat quite a bit, but it's even worse with Chibnall because it's all over his writing.
Yeah, it's at its worst right now.
Yikes.
I like how he didn't even talk about, like, the story arc. He didn't talk about any of that. Yeah, he didn't actually talk about most episodes. The only things he could have brought up were, like, Orphan 55 and Arachnus in the UK.
Yeah.
He didn't try to bring up any good arguments. So where does this rank, guys, in terms of EDAR episodes? Oh, God. How long do you guys think until we get a new showrunner? Probably after the 60th.
Yeah, I think so.
If I were to put money on it.
Yeah, probably after the 60th. I think Chibnall said he's going to do...
Yeah, well, he's got a 6-year plan, he said ages ago.
I think he said it's like five seasons is his cap.
I cannot deal with Chibnall and Jodie for 5 seasons.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about... I'm not 100%...
Because if Jodie goes after 3, why would then she regenerate... No, why would Chibnall stay on, have one more Doctor for 1 season?
Well, I don't know, the other new showrunners did that.
Yeah, true, but I think like I think it's different now for like the modern age. I think because I think Chibnall's running with this one idea of Jodie having this entire arc.
Yeah, I think he's definitely going to leave after the 60th, though. That's for sure. He's definitely not going to pass up that opportunity.
Mm-hmm. If he stays long for that, then he's way overstayed his welcome.
It's like bloody Palpatine, where he's like he kept his emergency powers for too long.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not 100% sure how long Jodie Whittaker will stay. Probably till the 60th, at least. I don't see why she wouldn't stay till then. I mean, she might leave because of personal reasons. We don't know. I don't know. really don't know.
We went from talking about how bad Last Jedi was to talking about how classic he was the same as the Chibnall era. What a stream. Just so many hot takes. The guy who reacts to always clickbaits about the 60th. Mm-hmm.
Having a single series Doctor again would be nice. I don't know about that. I think with Christopher Eccleston it was a very rare scenario. In most cases, one series is not enough time to fully develop a character.
It depends on what story is being told.
I think the Eccleston thing was a very unique scenario.
Yeah, I agree.
One thing I do want though is I want to have a regeneration that's not spoiled.
That would be nice.
Yeah, like if it was because we've had quite a few fake out regenerations in New Who. I would like for there to be one that wasn't a fake out, like just a surprise one. That would be pretty interesting.
Yeah.
I've like one interesting point someone made was, what if the Doctor actually did regenerate in the Lie of the Land, and Bill didn't know that he had the capacity to regenerate, and she thought she was actually killing him, and then she had to deal with the consequence of the Doctor waking up as someone else, and then there being that character conflict about that. You know, it's just an example of something you could do with something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, that would be a ballsy thing to do.
Yeah. The ratings are record low, so I don't see them staying after next series. A mid-series regeneration, yes.
I mean, we had that.
That would be interesting.
We had that with William Hartnell. He regenerated in the second story of season 4, and then with Peter Davison, he regenerated, and then Colin Baker had one story at the end of season 21. David Tennant should have regenerated in New Earth. What? Why? Is this a joke? How? If he actually did though, like what? Get poisoned by the disease? Also, imagine if he actually did though. Imagine if he actually had regenerated a New Earth. Imagine how weird that would be.
Yeah.
You've been looking. You like it. And now it's gone.
I second that take. Fuck 10. Well, your objective wrong. Tennant is a great Doctor.
It's funny you say that, Game Trail Prime, because the other day you posted on Twitter that Series 3 is the best characterization of the Doctor in New Who. So you're kind of going back on something you said.
It's very, very inconsistent.
Also, imagine how crazy it would have been. Imagine this, right? So, just as just a bit of fan fiction, but imagine if he actually did regenerate in New Earth, and then throughout the rest of the era, it's a different actor, right? And then in the Stolen Earth, when he gets shot by a Dalek, he regenerates back into David Tennant because he has the hand.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
That would have been so weird. So the only episodes you get with Tennant are Christmas Invasion, New Earth, Journey's End, Next Doctor, Planet of the Dead, Waters of Mars, and The End of Time.
Yeah.
Series 3:10 and Series 2 and 4:10 are different. I mean, in a way.
No, the character is developed.
Please explain yourself. The fuck is wrong with you? I mean, he's great in Series 3, but what bearing does that have on Series 2 and Series 4?
He acts the same in terms of just...
In terms of his surface-level personality, that he matures a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, like in Series 4, he's much older than he is in Series 2, and that's part of the character development, but what's so different about Series 3 Tennant compared to 2 and 4? Like, there's more depth than there is in 2, and in 4 he's a lot more settled. I mean, is the whole idea that with Series 3 there's a lot more conflict? Is that why he's different? Because I suppose in some ways, yeah. But that's one difference. Still the same character, largely speaking. There aren't enough character in a YouTube live chat, so nah. Well, apparently, according to who we covered today, there aren't enough characters development in Classic Who or Chibnall era, therefore they're the same. Oh god, Lord Nymon's replying more. He says that all these characters had regression. In season 11, she was a feminist icon, and then she became a damsel in distress in the Hinchcliffe era. He's saying that about Sarah Jane. Literally Genesis of the Daleks.
Yeah, I've seen that.
What does Sarah Jane do in that story that's so... Like she's there for the moment when the Doctor is asking himself, do I have the right to kill all the Daleks? And she's part of that. She's part of that decision. She's saying, well, don't you... Well, I doubt it. They're the most evil race. And then the Doctor says, but if I kill the Daleks, then I become just like them. She's part of that. She's massively part of that. To say that she doesn't have character development is dumb. I'm sorry, it's just dumb. she starts out as a journalist, and through the course of when we see her in the show, she becomes more personal with the Doctor. By the end of it, she's his best friend. And she challenges him on all sorts of things. Oh, man, oh, boy. I'm really getting sick of all these people that are using surface-level reasoning for everything and not reading between the lines.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is this justification that in the Hinchcliffe era, Sarah Jane struggles when she's in peril against villains? Is that what makes her a damsel in distress? I mean, what is she gonna do? Like, fucking ride a tank and shoot them? I don't think a journalist would do that. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, 4.5 hours, long man good.
Hey.
You got any hot topics on your mind?
The Batman trailer looked really good.
Is that the Robin Pattinson one?
Yeah, it actually was a really good trailer.
Vampire.
Vengeance.
Everyone's just like forgotten that Twilight exists, and I'm kind of happy about that.
Yeah, I'm happy about that too.
Yeah, it's like the definition of just like WTF fan fiction.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Here we go. I'm about to put the proper review of Torchwood Day 1 on Patreon for early access.
Yeah, I'll check that out.
It's got a proper thumbnail with Jake and I on it. There we go. So for all of you, cheap plug, if you want to see early access of the Torchwood Day 1 review, go check out Patreon. It's on there for people who are on the timey-wimey tier or the master tier. Ten is presented with a lot more grandeur and depth in Series 3. His vanity and bounciness are presented as coping mechanisms and traits used to mask his pain from the Time War, but then Series 4 kind of loses that for a bit until Waters of Mars. That's what Game Trailer Prime said about Tennant. I mean, the Time War is more focused on in Series 3 because the Gallifrey stuff in the Master is more prevalent. I would say in the Series 4 finale that gets brought back a lot because of the Daleks and Davros. And I don't know, I don't agree that he loses that set side of his character, because there are very clear examples of he has issues, but a lot of it, the thing is with Series 4 is that with Donna is much more of a foil to him than Martha Rose was, because she balances out his vanity. She puts things in perspective for him, which is why she's such a perfect companion for him. And I mentioned this in the Runaway Bride review, and a lot of his issues around his vanity are controlled with her around, and that's why when she leaves, that's why you get Waters of Mars, because she's not there, he becomes unhinged again at the extremity of the scenario and the moral conflict. So naturally in series 4 he was going to lose some of that because of Donna being there, because she was a great foil to his vanity, if you get what I'm saying. Would you agree with me on this, Callum?
Yeah.
A lot of the time, more stuff in Series 2 isn't as prevalent because he's trying to move on from it. And I mentioned also in the Runaway Bride review about how Rose feeds his ego. She eggs it on because she's head over heels for him. And again, like, when he loses her and he sees Donna in the Runaway Bride, we see the effect of what he's like when she's gone. And then again, like, Donna being the perfect foil to his vanity and his issues. It's just like it's not as focused on there as it is in Series 3, and that's why I love Series 3, because it's the development of the character, but it all fits. You know, it's still there. The character arc is still there. It's just it focuses on different elements of it throughout. So I don't really see why that makes Series 2 Tenant and Series 4 Tenant bad, because it's not the same focus necessarily. I don't see that argument. Callum, do you have anything to add on to that?
No, not really. It's just I just get annoyed when people claim that he just isn't a good doctor and they don't give any good reasons to why. There never seems to be any really good argument against him.
I mean, it's fun. It's weird how, like, Jacob and Joey said that Tennant's bland and has no character. That just baffles me.
Yeah. He's like the opposite of bland.
Like, I remember he said, like, oh, it's like if you gave Peter Davison spiky hair. I'm like, what?
Why are you kidding?
I mean, on the surface level, he adapts some of Peter Davison's style in his performance, but that's not all. That's not everything to his character. There's a lot of things that are very different to the Fifth Doctor. In fact, in a lot of ways, the Fifth Doctor is very selfless, and the 10th Doctor is almost sometimes the opposite of that. So I massively disagree with that. Like, look at a scene like in The Impossible Planet when he manipulates Zachary Cross Flame to let him go down the shaft instead of him. That's something that the Fifth Doctor would never be able to do. It would never have that much power to manipulate someone to let him go down. Because so yeah, I think some people are missing the point.
Yeah, pretty much. Like what this guy did when he completely missed the point of Classic Who.
Indeed. 10 is more bland than 13. Are you trying to trigger us?
That's why. What did we just go over the last 4 hours?
How is Tennant more bland than Jodie Whittaker? I honestly don't see how you could say that. I'm just saying that I prefer them focus they put on his pain and lonely god thing. I also just don't like 10's base episode to episode characterization. Right. I suppose you're being very selective. Imagine the Fifth Doctor in the End of Time. I mean, it wouldn't work with the Fifth Doctor because he's got a completely...
Yeah, it wouldn't work.
He has a completely different character to the 10th Doctor. Mm-hmm. Like, the Fifth Doctor in the Caves of Androzani was perfect. Oh, boy. Like, if Peter Davison's Doctor said, I don't want to go, that would make absolutely no sense. I mean, it might make some sense in the sense of not necessarily wanting to die, but, like, the Fifth Doctor was not that character. You know, those respective stories are catered around those characters. I was joking, I put a smiley face. Well, I'm glad you were joking, because, boy, I know there are some people that definitely would argue, they would say that Tennant's more bland than 13, and I would massively disagree with that.
Yeah. Okay, Elite was joking when he said that.
I know, I just said that.
Okay.
Like, I can't stand him in Tooth and Claw versus the few scenes he has in Family of Blood.
The few scenes?
Well, he's talking about the Doctor's scenes rather than John Smith.
Okay. I mean, there's more than those scenes within his whole era.
I think he's brilliant in Tooth and Claw.
Yeah, I really like him in Tooth and Claw.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
Books, the best weapons anyone could ever have.
Oh, myself.
Pete did this wee lassie in London town for a few pence. Ain't that right, you townish beastie? Only difference would be that 5 wouldn't do the whole I can do so much more, but yeah, well, 5's a very selfless character.
Mm-hmm.
I'm never going to argue that 10 is bland. Yeah, because he's not bland. I remember Will Maddox said that 10 in Series 2 was the most bland version of the Doctor ever, and then me and Asmat basically jumped in and like went through all the episodes and basically said, yeah, he's definitely not bland. If you look at all these different things that they do with his character just in Series 2, he's definitely not bland. The 13th Doctor in Series 11 is the most bland Doctor we've ever had, bar none. Definitely. I don't understand how you can think that the 13th Doctor in Series 11 isn't the most bland Doctor. I mean, I suppose I could see an argument for it, but I just... What's not bland about the 13th Doctor in Series 11? It's so clearly, so evidently, like, base level.
Mm.
10 had more of a character arc than most of the Doctors beside 12. I would argue Hartnell, Davison, and Tennant have the most character development and the biggest character arcs. Peter Capaldi's Doctor, technically, yeah, it was development, but it wasn't really development. A lot of it was quite sudden. Like, for example, the change from Series 8 to 9 was very sudden. It wasn't really development, it was just change. It was... people pretend like it's development, and in some ways it kind of is, but it's not really development, to be fair. It's quite sort of... It's more surface level. It's not really all the way through.
Yeah.
Even though her character is bland, Chibnall still manages to make it inconsistent. Yeah. Like, it's like... where she says she doesn't like conspiracies, and then she says she likes conspiracy. How can you fuck it up that bad? Tom had the least character development. It was pretty much him just getting less jovial over time. I would say in the Hinchcliffe era he had a decent amount of it, especially with Sarah Jane, and then season 18 especially is probably the most prominent period of character development he had. The least was definitely the Williams era, because for the most part it was just Tom having fun. Which is more than can be said for Jodie Whittaker. Paul McGann in Big Finish has massive amounts of character development. I mean, if you look at, just based on the TV stuff, if you look at the 8th Doctor from the TV movie and you compare it to Night of the Doctor, you can see it's very clearly he's had a lot of development. He feels very different. Would you say, Keller?
Yeah.
Like, there's such a massive change in the way his Doctor is characterized between the two, and that's at the start and the end of his life. And all of that comes from Big Finish. Like, when you pick up the 8th Doctor in Storm Warning, which is the first Charlie audio, he's very TV movie-esque, and then over the course of all the audios, he develops and changes.
Yeah, I'd assume so.
And then again, you look at like Patrick Troughton in Power of the Daleks and compare that to the War Games, like very different approaches. Patrick Troughton in Power of the Daleks is quite quiet, and he's like still figuring things out. He's quite strange, and then by the War Games, he's like this lovable. You know, he's still mysterious in some respects, but he's this character that you get to know. You compare John Pertwee in season 7 to 11, he goes from being very, very... He starts out like an asshole and then ends up like a teddy bear. You know, with Peter Davison, again, like, he progressively gets less patient. With Colin Baker, he starts out very, very narcissistic and post-regenerative trauma, and tries to choke out his companion. Then you look at him in season 23 and he's very soft, very cuddly. And then obviously the 7th Doctor again, like, starts out like a buffoon and ends up like a chess master. Chris Eccleston in one series had so much character development. I suppose, like, with Matt Smith, a lot of it was quite... a lot of the development was sort of all over the place, I feel. It felt very reactionary, and a lot of it was quite regressive. He went from being this sort of like wizardly old man, and then he became a really surface level, just sort of, I don't know, what would you even describe him as in Series 7B? A sexual predator?
In some ways, yeah.
Yeah. I don't really know how to pinpoint that one. A lot of it was quite selective. Hartnell's Doctor had a lot of character development, learning about the human race and becoming a fond of Ian and Barbara. Yeah, that's the most important bit of character development the Doctor's ever had, was the first Doctor, and how he started out hating humans and then grew to love them, and he changes a lot. I mean, that in itself, like, completely disproves all this shit that the guy said in this video about Classic Who not having character development. It absolutely did.
Yeah.
We've almost hit the 5-hour mark. Oh dear. So the next time we do an EDAR, it'll either be when we hit 500 subs, or it'll probably be when your Spyfall video's out.
Yeah, that won't be for a while.
Probably be the 500 subs one first.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty confident that would probably be the case.
Series 711 is miles better than 13. I don't know about that. I wouldn't say miles better. I don't know. How do you feel about this, Callum?
What's the conversation?
The Elite's saying that Series 7 Matt Smith is miles better than 13. I don't know. I don't know about that.
Both are terrible.
I don't know about that. I feel like I don't know. I feel like they're both kind of on a similar level.
I'd probably say the same level. I think overall, though, 13 is just a worse Doctor than Smith.
I think the sexual stuff with Matt Smith is worse than a lot of the stuff with 13 for me. I feel like that's a really horrible way to characterize the Doctor. Jodie never really did anything that far away from what I would imagine the Doctor to be characterized, I suppose. Like, I don't know. I mean, there's stuff that with 13 that's questionable, like handing the mast over to the Nazis, and that's criticized as well. But the whole, like, 11th Doctor seeing Clara as this, like, sexual trophy thing was really poorly handled. Yeah. 2 hours of the stream is just YouTube being tired of people's bad takes. Well, yeah.
Well, would you be happy about bad takes?
I suppose some people get entertainment out of it. I kind of do.
That's true.
Honestly, I kind of do in a way, like car crash entertainment.
In a way, yeah.
Yeah. What do you think of the Noel drama? I can't exactly 100% remember what Noel Zone did, to be fair.
I have no idea what doesn't.
Rings of Akaten's speech has better acting alone than the whole 2 series of 13. Actually, to be fair, I probably agree with that. Matt Smith's acting and the Akaten speech was actually really good. A lot of his acting in A Town Called Mercy is fantastic. His acting in Name of the Doctor is fantastic. And also his acting in Angels Take Manhattan is really good, even though I don't like the episode. The performances from the main cast is really strong. Hot take: 13 being a rapey old woman creeping on Yaz in Series 13 would be best for business. I don't think so. I don't think so. He was blatantly racist and claimed he wasn't. I didn't see it, to be fair, so I don't really know the context. Okay, let me put it this way. Matt Smith overall has more performances in the show that I like than Whittaker, yes. In terms of it as an actor, yes, better. But what I'm saying is as a character, especially in Series 7, I find a lot of the stuff they did with Smith quite bad. Yeah. Chibnall is saying the regeneration energy comes from the Doctor, so how does that explain River Song? Well, basically it explains that the Doctor has to be River Song's father, which is really messed up.
Yep, it really is.
Council of Geeks uploaded a new classic review, so you could react to that. Which one was it? I want to... Tell me which one it was. Actually, I might just look it up. I can't see it. Greatest show in the galaxy. Ooh. That's a brilliant story. I mean, Council of Geeks has some really interesting takes on Doctor Who that I largely disagree with, to be fair. Like, Council of Geeks doesn't like Father's Day. He thinks Series 1 is flawed. He doesn't like the Colin Baker era. The only thing I'm really eye to eye with him on is Hellbent. But remember we reacted to his series ranking, Callum? And he had Series 6 over Series 1. And he had Series 3, like, third to last.
Yeah, I remember.
He doesn't like Pyramids of Mars that much. Yeah, that's right. He was like, oh, it's all the mummies, the mummies, the mummies.
Yeah, it's a weird one, that.
Yeah. Oh dear. The only things you actually agree with on his series ranking were his top and his bottom, because he had Series 7 at the bottom and Series 4 at the top. I feel.
Well, at least we know what the best and worst is.
I feel sad for people that don't get Pyramids of Mars because it's a brilliant story. It's like the impossible planet Satan Pit of Classic Who. To be fair, the mummy runaround is the worst part. The mummy runaround is fun, though. Like, are we not allowed to have fun?
No.
It's like when people say the worst part of Genesis of the Daleks is when Harry gets his foot stuck in the clam. It's like, are we not allowed to have fun? Also, one of Council of Geek's worst takes is that he hates the Two Doctors, and he's just wrong. The Two Doctors is amazing. It's so funny. It's one of the funniest Doctor Who stories ever. It's just, oh, I love it. Like, it's literally just Patrick Troughton and Colin Baker in a comedy, and it's amazing. It's hilarious to watch. But yeah, Pyramids of Mars is fucking brilliant. I love Tom Baker's, like, brooding performance, and then matched up with Gabriel Wolfe as Sutek. I remember, like, my most recent viewing of it, I remember I got to the end of episode 3 and I was just like, this is just surreal. Like, it's so out of this world. Don't remember Pyramids that much, so anything, it's forgettable. Oh, for God's sake. Game Trailer Prime doesn't even like Impossible Planet Satan Pit either. Maybe it's just that style of story is not for you. 'Cause I love both those stories. Oh god, OGA doesn't like Two Doctors. It's great.
What is wrong with you lot? I haven't even seen this stuff, but I know that some of you are wrong.
Two Doctors is fucking great. It's so funny. I fucking love Shockeye. Oh, that's one that I'm really looking forward to if you get a reaction to, because it's the most bizarre multi-Doctor story ever. It's so weird, but it's great. It's so funny. It's depressing to think that, like, Council of Geeks is someone that, like, thinks that the Two Doctors is cringe, but then thinks that dinosaurs on a spaceship is funny. Christ.
Yeah.
Comedy is subjective.
It sure is.
Oh dear. And that's 5 hours. Probably at some point soon should probably wrap up the stream.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best point to wrap it up.
Ganshall Prime says, I do really like part 4 of Pyramids. Part 1 to 3 have just completely escaped my memory because I just didn't care. That's crazy, man. Parts 1 to 3 of Pyramids.
Well, that's your fault if you didn't care.
Parts 1 to 3 of Pyramids are fucking brilliant. I'll say this, Dinosaurs is a million times worse than the Two Doctors. Yes, it is. Dinosaurs in a spaceship is fucking awful. The only classic story where his take wasn't bad was City of Death. Well, yeah, I know that Council of Geeks is a big fan of Douglas Adams. City of Death is beautiful. What a wonderful butler, he's so violent. You're a beautiful woman, probably. Oh, man. Oh, I watched City of Death recently. It's so good. It has everything. It's not my fault if the story doesn't give me a reason, Callum. Oh, you got beef now.
I'm sure it does give you a reason. It's very well beloved, so surely it has some reasons to get invested in it.
It's a story with one of the highest stakes of all time. I'll say that much.
There you go.
And it's the performance from Gabriel Wolfe is one of the best of all time, and Tom Baker is noticeably much more dark than he usually is in that story, and it's really, really good. There's a reason why Adam put it in his top 10 of all time. Ugh. City of Death is the only story I've seen 3 times. Interesting. What's the story you've probably watched the most times?
I'm trying to think. It's probably something like Amy's Choice, or I'm trying to think another one.
I think it's Rose for me, but that's just like coincidence of it being the first episode of New Who.
Probably a story from series 4.
Like Fires of Pompeii.
Honestly, probably.
Highest stakes of all time. Wow. I mean, Sutek literally destroys everything. So, yes. Sutek does what the reality bomb kind of was wanting to do. Spoilers, but, like, I don't see how you can dispute that. Like, they have to prevent Sutek from destroying everything. Or at least the Earth. And Tom Baker, the Doctor, travels in time to show Sarah Jane it's happening. And they have to rewrite history to save the Earth. Like, it is one of the highest stakes of all time. And if you deny that, then I don't understand why. Because it is. I wonder what Callum will think of Delta and the Bannerman. I mean, you might be, you might enjoy how ridiculous it is, but you'll probably hate it.
We'll have to see.
We watched it on one of Lord Slaughter's live streams, and the whole time I was just asking questions. I was like, "What the fuck is happening?" It's one of the. I think it's like in terms of like bad pacing, it's like the fastest paced story of all time. Like even worse than Dinosaurs on a Spaceship. It's ridiculous. There's so much going on in it, and none of it makes sense.
Years of Light is pretty bad too.
Yeah, but that's
in terms of pacing.
Yeah, but that's like slow pacing though. I'm talking about fast pacing.
Like, oh no, it's really quick. It's like really quick.
Is it? Oh.
Yeah, it's the main plot is half an hour.
Okay, well, what I mean by Delta and the Bannerman is there's so much going on that it's like so filled to the brim that none of it matters. Or it's not necessarily that none of it matters, but none of it makes fucking sense. It's just so ridiculous.
Yeah. If you're watching a story and you're constantly asking questions from the beginning to the end, you know you're not doing well.
Yeah, like Delta and the Bannerman has like 10 plots and it's only 3 parts. It's a fucking fever dream. Flumble Dry and Game Trailer Prime are going to rewatch Pyramids of Mars. Awesome.
Yay.
I wonder what you think of Paradise Towers. I mean, I kind of like hope that you would like Paradise Towers. I know you're not a fan of Silver Nemesis, so that might not bode well for season 24, but like I remember I watched Paradise Towers in 2013 and I remember enjoying it. Like it's one of those ones that's like it's so whack that it's kind of fun. Delta is like if meth was an episode. Yep, Delta is like if meth was an episode. It's insane. I'm really looking forward to when you see the like really good McCoy stuff.
Yeah, me too.
Basically,
I want to see good McCoy stuff.
Basically, anything from season 25 or 26 that isn't Silver Nemesis is brilliant, in my opinion. Like I know a lot of people would disagree with me on this, but like Remembrance of the Daleks, Happiness Patrol, Greatest Show in the Galaxy, Battlefield, Ghostlight, Curse of Fenric, and Survival are all brilliant. And from memory, Paradise Towers is fun, and I've heard that Dragonfire is not too bad either. So there you go. Battlefield is so much fun. Orgy A says that Silver Nemesis is the worst McCoy story.
It is pretty bad.
Well, if that's the case, then it's only uphill for you then, Callum.
Yeah, that's true.
When are you going to get back into Classicos? After you do your Spyfall video?
At some point, yeah. My motivation for doing it has been quite low since Series 12.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a shame.
I just haven't been in the mood to really watch it. But I will do at some point.
That's quite a shame because like Classic is great.
Yeah.
What have you done, Chibnall? Well, I suppose that answers the question. He wrote some really bad shit. Well, I suppose that answers the question then. Who broke Doctor Who, the fans or Chris Chibnall? And for you, it was Chris Chibnall. Chris Chibnall made you...
We knew it from the start.
Chris Chibnall made you less motivated to want to watch the Daleks and all the other Classic Who stories. Is it because of the Timeless Child thing? Or is it just the quality of the writing?
Everything. Just the quality of writing. It's just really poor.
I think if you actually got into watching Classic Who, it might come back to you. You know, you might feel the motivation again once you like experience actual good storytelling. You know?
Yeah.
The classics is what's keeping me from leaving the show altogether. I mean, yeah, fair enough, man. Classico and Big Finish is carrying a lot of people's passions on at this point. Series 12 is draining. Haven't watched Classic Who since the June, which was the War Games live stream. Callum broke it for himself. Callum screwed Callum. WCW hand signal. Hand signal.
I didn't write the show.
Ghostlight is great despite not knowing what's going on. I understood Ghostlight, so I must have a galaxy brain.
Ooh.
Seriously, I mean, like, I get why Ghostlight's confusing, but you just have to really pay attention to it. It is very complex, and like, there's hardly any exposition, so none of it really gets explained, but if you pay attention to the story, it's actually really clever. You just have to sort of know, you sort of have to know what it is. Like, my only criticism of it is that some of it maybe could have been explained more for people that aren't quite as attentive, because it is very complex, but it's brilliant. It's kind of got the reverse problem of Chris Chibnall, if you get what I'm saying. Like, there's not enough exposition. It kind of assumes that the audience is very clever, and that's why the people that understand Ghostlight are, like, it tends to be people that are more, like, attentive and complex and understand the really, really deep, whatever. You understand Ghostlight but don't understand Delta. Well, the difference is Ghostlight, I can actually answer the questions, whereas Delta and the Bannerman, I can't. Like, if you ask me, like, what the concept of Ghostlight is, I'll be able to tell you about, like, how it's a seesaw of characters that represent power shifts in the house. Whereas if you ask me about Delta and the Bannerman, I'm like, well, there's a bunch of Americans, and there's, like, a beekeeper, and there's a time travel bus, and there's bikes, and there's a baby that's, like, manifested in green, and it's like, why? It's just a bunch of random shit that's compiled together. It's not the point of that I don't understand what the plot is, it's just that I don't understand why it's there and what the purpose of it is. Whereas with Ghostlight, I can understand it. It's all interlinked and it all makes sense to me. Connor understands Ghostlight and likes Land of the Dead. I mean, I don't like overly like Land of the Dead. I just think it's fine. I like my favourite part of Land of the Dead is how, like, Peter Davison's Doctor, he kind of plays a, like, David Attenborough role, where he's, like, he's overseeing the monsters, and sort of the way he breaks down their the villains is I really enjoyed the whole thing about he talks about how, like, these monsters binded together by the force that it's binding their bones together. Like, they're so hungry that they ate their own flesh, and that's why you can't see their flesh. I thought that was really cool. And then I also really like the moment where he tries to tell a joke to the side character, and then they're like, was that meant to be funny? And he's like, yeah, it was. And what I like about that is it's kind of like him trying to be like a Tom Baker and telling the joke, but then it doesn't work because the Fifth Doctor isn't funny. And then, yeah, it was cool. And also, like, Land of the Dead, it's kind of like when you go into, like, a movies channel, and it's like a weekend and, like, a holiday, and you go to the movies channel and you flick over, there's just some random film in Alaska with a big monster in it. It's like, yeah, it's kind of like that. I don't think it's that bad, honestly. There's a new Doctor Who online game, apparently. What is this?
I don't know.
What is this online game?
There's a board game. I don't think that's what they're on about.
Nightfallers. It's a game called Nightfallers, and it has a Doctor Who skin.
Oh.
Also, what's crazy is the time that New Who's been on is approximately the same amount of time that the Wilderness Years was. Actually, no, it's more. Like, I'm pretty sure I saw someone like the time between Survival and Rose is less than the time between Rose and now. That's insane.
Hmm.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't think Land of the Dead is that bad. I think it's just fine. Mildly enjoyable. I mean, there's a lot of action in it, and it's kind of falls flat because you can't see it, because it's an audio story, but apart from that, I think it's fine. It's got a kind of good atmosphere to it because it's in Alaska, but it's certainly far from the best Davison Big Finish for sure, but it's certainly nowhere near as bad as something like Necromantia. Crazier, there are as many New Who Doctors as Classic Who. This is true. If you include all of them. Depending on which way you consider McGann, I suppose it's half and half, it would still be the same. Because a lot of people consider like the TV movie, the Charlie and Lucy eras as part of Classic Who, and then they consider Dark Eyes onwards as part of New Who, which is about half and half. I'm also getting close to the Lucy era soon because I'm about to finish the Charlie era. I've just got Something Inside, Memory Lane, Absolution, and The Girl Who Never Was left, and then after that I can start Blood of the Daleks, which is the one that you've heard actually, Callum.
Mm.
But yeah, the Charlie era of the 8th Doctor Big Finish is fantastic. Absolutely brilliant. I love it. I actually did a video with Dylan on the Natural History of Fear recently. It's fucking great. And then my top 2 Big Finish audios are from that era too. Chimes of Midnight and Scherzo, both written by Robert Sherman. I've also almost heard all of Robert Sherman's Big Finish now. The only one I have left is My Own Private Wolfgang. That's it. I've listened to Holy Terror, Scherzo, Chimes of Midnight, Maltese Penguin, Deadline, and Jubilee. And I've just got My Own Private Wolfgang left. Apparently Robert Sherman wrote a short story novel that takes place in the year that Martha was traveling the Earth. And there's an audiobook of it read by Freema Agyeman. Eight and War should have had a series. Honestly, I feel like if we had scrapped Series 7 and we got like a whole series with the 8th Doctor and the War Doctor, that would have been so much better. Don't you think, Callum?
Yeah.
Like, imagine if Amy and Rory had left in the God Complex, and then we got a series with the 8th Doctor and the War Doctor, and then and then Clara came on, like, in Series 8. Like, she was a brand new character in Deep Breath from, like the Victorian era. And she was characterized in the same way she is in The Snowman. And she's not and she's not the Impossible Girl. I feel like that would have been so much better than what we got.
Yeah.
Fucking, and then listen when she goes to visit the barn. I feel like that really jumped the shark. That was just ridiculous. Like, I know everyone's like, oh, it comes full circle with the themes. But it's just, I just don't like it. Thinking about it, it's been like 2 years since I started listening to the Fourth Doctor Adventures, just gave up on it. Yeah, apparently the Fourth Doctor Adventures aren't the best. The problem is Tom Baker came to Big Finish at the point where it started to become a bit stagnant. Because around the, there was a point where the BBC started to interfere and a lot of the stories became watered down and a lot of the Fourth Doctor Adventures are very generic. It's weird, like, Tom Baker and David Tennant are probably the weakest Big Finish Doctors because the content they're given is quite generic. But I'm actually looking forward to it, see what they do with Eccleston next. Oh. We may have lost connection for a second. Oh no, we're back.
No, we're...
Yeah, I feel like I've got a good feeling that hopefully they'll do something really interesting with Eccleston in his Big Finish run. I hope they do. Because his character's basically been bulletproof up to this point. So I hope they maintain that.
Yeah.
Alright, I think it's time to end the stream, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it's run its course.
Yep. Alright, so anything else you want to say?
Classic Who is just as good as Chibnall Who.
God. The weakest era of Classic Who is the Davison era, and it's still better than the Chibnall era.
Yeah, I'd imagine so.
I'll stand by that. I mean, you've seen Earthshock, Frontiers, and Planet of Fire, and they're all pretty solid, aren't they?
Yeah. I'd agree with that.
And, I mean, Earthshock's fucking brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
I'd argue Earthshock's better than every Chibnall story.
It is.
Can you give me a happy birthday? Happy birthday, is it your birthday?
Happy birthday to you.
Enjoy yourself while you can.
Have a good one.
Oh, happy birthday, orgy, eh? Oh dear. So after having EPFAP 100 and now EDAR 7, I imagine you're quite burnt out.
I am very burnt out.
So, with that said, it's about time we wrap up the stream. If you want to check out Torchwood Day 1, go to Patreon. It's on there. If not, wait for the public release in about 12 hours. Yeah. See ya. Goodbye.